All right, we're live. We're back. It's time. It's Friday night. And we are in a pretty awful, sick, fucked up world. All around the world. There are bad people doing bad things, and it sucks. So, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do about it? Not much, but we are going to dive into the world of artistic expression and try to find some laughs. We're going to laugh again. Make America laugh again. So, in the way I'm going to do that, you guessed it, I'm going to make fun of Alex Jones and celebrate Knowledge Fight. So, I'm here. Brain is here. Brain is my kitty cat. He's been chilling pretty much on this spot all ding dong day. This is his new favorite little chilling spot. So what's the plan? Well, I've sort of gone back and forth. This has been a pretty long project where I put it on the back burner for a while. I did a different video. Came back to it. I didn't like the approach I was taking to laying out the faces and stuff. So what I've found more success from is actually doing this work on Krita. And basically just going a little bit at a time. A little at a time. I remember the old adage, which is, how do you eat an elephant? How do you eat an elephant? And that's sometimes how we feel about a big looming project with high expectations and a lot of pressure. It can feel like you have a big ol' elephant on your dinner plate and you can't get up until you finish it. And the answer to how you eat an elephant is simply one bite at a time. One bite at a time. So, and I've noticed I've throughout the week I've taken, 20 minutes here, 30 minutes there to take little bites out of this elephant. And that's what we're going to do tonight. Tonight, though, we have a little more free time. So we will bite, we will chew, we will swallow, we'll bite again. All right? And we're going to eat this motherfucking elephant up. Going to eat the trunk. Going to eat the toenails. The toenails are the hardest part. I'm telling you. You don't think about the toenails. But elephant toenails are fucking gnarly, man. And we're going to have to eat them up. So, one bite at a time, and maybe add a little hot sauce. That might make it go down a little easier. All right? One bite at a time, and hey, throw a little hot sauce on there. So what is the hot sauce in this metaphor? I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's you, the listener, you, the viewer, you, the friend of the channel, who are the hot sauce. You make it fun and enjoyable and rewarding for me. And all those little bites that I'm taking of this elephant, they go down a little easier because they got a little bit of that spicy tang that I need. Okay? So, never forget this. And if you do forget, tell me if you forgot it, and I'll put it back up and we'll remember it. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. Also, throw some hot sauce on it. I mean, by the time you eat a whole elephant, though, that's going to be a lot of fucking hot sauce, too. So, we might need a little antacid after that. Maybe some Tums. Okay? But we're not going to worry about Tums for now, because my tum is feeling fine. I just ate some chicken. I've got a big cup of coffee here. Look at me, I'm burping. Woo. And, so here's the bite of the elephant I'm taking right now. I need to animate Alex saying, "And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale, and we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. We're going to give you the same speech they've given throughout history, and we're going to claim this time it's for a good cause, and we're the saviors of the world. But the truth is, Mr. Beale, we don't like you because you're smarter and better looking than us." That right there is probably a couple of bites. So we're going to start with this. You're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale, and we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. When he says this, he's in a very low register. And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale. And we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. He says it in a low register. And then he pipes up and goes, "We're going to give you the same speech they've given throughout history." And my approach before, which is just to have a few body poses and then stick heads on top, just wasn't doing it for me. I didn't... Like, I have a lazy style of animation, but it was just too lazy. Too lazy for me, and it didn't match the other areas of work I was doing. So, yeah, this is my new approach. We're going to take a bite of this elephant. And I'm just going to start with these 3 lines. You see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale. We're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. Alex really relies on this repetition of Mr. Beale. It's not quite as it was reflected in the actual speech of Network. He doesn't say Mr. Beale over and over and over after every line like that. But Alex does, because he's a dipshit. And he thinks movies are real. He's like, real life, it's just like that movie Network, but a lot more intense, and a bit also like that guy from The Shining, Jack Nicholson. Jack Nicholson from The Shining. So, yeah, Alex is a fucking idiot, and we are here for it. So, what I'm going to do now, let's just put this text up. That way I can sort of glance up at it. I don't need to then constantly switch to a new window. Like that. And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. So now I'm going to figure out what... these faces are. So this big face here, these are kind of like my audition faces. I'm thinking something like, "And you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale, and we're going to kill you." So these faces, I actually want his eyes to lock with Mr. Beale. So what I'll do here is just kind of make a little adjustment. And see if we can get that to look like he's staring down the table instead of looking up and to the left. Up and to the left. Up and to the left. And by left, I mean right. But it's my left. My left, his right. You're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale. Even this one, I don't know if I like that looking up. This is just basically how the process is going to go. I had to basically just listen to this shit a lot and get it in my head of how his mannerisms are. And then it can kind of help make him do the acting. I heard an animator person, I don't remember who it was, but they talked about how animators have to also be actors. You have to act, you have to think about acting as you're creating your character who is acting, right? So, since I am now officially a thespian, I should be able to do this now. So I just have to remember that. You're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're obsolete, Mr. Beale. So those first four look pretty good. For you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. Even redo those. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale. We're going to. So I need a nice face. We're going to kill you. When he says kill you, I want him to get more of a menacing face. And basically, the way I'm approaching this now, I say basically a lot. Let's get a basically counter. And I will give away a nickel for every time I say basically after this. So the long and short of it is, I'm taking these PNG files that I have. I have a big collection of them now. Of Alexander Emmerich Jones's stupid, ugly, fucking nasty bullshit face. Okay, I've got binders full of Alex, and if I can't find the right one, then I consider drawing a new one. It's kind of hard because I'm not good at art in the way that I can like reproduce things that I'd made before. Like if I make a drawing of a face, I really cannot draw that same face again. Even if I trace over the old one, it just never looks right. And I have it in my head, sometimes just a certain look. I've been sort of trained to now appreciate this certain looks that I have been able to draw, which means I'm reusing the same pictures a lot. And that's sort of how I'm keeping the character on model, even though he's very clearly an off-model type character. I mean, the face switches are sometimes completely grotesque and wild and shitty, right? There was I got a comment about on one of the videos, and it was a nice comment. It was from a fan who loved it, but this commenter said, MS Paint animations, I love it. And I'm not going to say I was offended by it, but I was a little surprised that someone would look at these and think it was made on MS Paint. Now, to be honest, I haven't worked with MS Paint in a long time. I don't really know. Maybe MS Paint is capable of a lot of the stuff I'm doing on Krita. But, you know, I don't know. I don't have anything against MS Paint artists. One of my absolute favorite web series of all times, The Big Les, was famously was made entirely on MS Paint. You can do amazing things with that program if you are artistically clever, which I am not. I'm not that good. And I don't think my shit looks like MS Paint. You know, I don't think you can get those textures, those brush strokes, at least from what I know. For me, an MS Paint is kind of a pixel, you know, you're looking at pixels kind of thing. So I don't know. I don't believe people are going to say the same thing about this upcoming video, that it looks like something from MS Paint. And again, no shade to MS Paint. I'm just saying I'm not that kind of artist that can make gold out of bullshit. You know? And yes, I'm calling MS Paint bullshit because it's not Krita. And Krita sets me up for success. You know? We're gonna kill you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Beale. Ooh, I kind of like this one. So let's get those two. And then this is kind of an old classic. Let's try these ones. So let's start this at frame, 71? Okay, and again, these are our audition heads. Let's just put them here. All right. Do 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 do. You see, this is the end. You see, and you see, and you see, and you see, and you see. Okay, so let's do, and you see. Try that again. Now, the other thing we gotta do is make these the right size. I'm also gonna probably change his body pose as well, but the first thing will be get these heads in place. Why are your eyes red? Oh, okay. A little bit lower now. It's Friday. Now, oh, there's also... Okay, I'll wait till if maybe we get some people who are listening live. If you are watching this, you're most definitely watching this after the fact, because I've got no live viewers right now. But if you are watching, hello. So nice to have you. You know, from my perspective, you're a future person. You're kind of like the Terminator, which if you see something like Terminator and you think that's a movie, wait, is this just the same image? There we go. So he's gonna say, and you see you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You notice how he added the non-essential. That has only been a thing since COVID. Essential workers, right? So then Alex, when he's making fun of COVID precautions, he's like, non-essential. You're non-essential. No. Like, ugh. fucking asshole, idiot. You see, you're obsolete, Mr. Video. God damn it. Krita has a few little peculiarities that always kind of piss me off. One of them is if I want to scroll up and down my animation timeline, I have to move my cursor all the way to the left. And then I can scroll up and down, right? And then say I find the keyframe I want to work with over here. And then let's say I want to scroll forward. Well, I use my mouse wheel and I keep my cursor on this side and I could scroll through the things. Well, let's see. Go down here. Ooh, look at this frame. I want to go. See, it's not doing it now. I don't know why it doesn't do it now, but it does it sometimes. Sometimes when... Okay, here we go. So I'm up here. I want to... Nope. I want to be here, and I scroll. It's not doing it. Seriously, there's times when, like, every time I scroll, it will automatically scroll all the way up. Like that. So I'm down here. I want to look at these ones here. I want to scroll forward. And it's not doing it now, but it would do it before, where no matter how many times I like click and say I'm on this track, I would scroll and it would go whoop, and then I wouldn't be able to see my keyframes. It's not doing it now. But it's just weird how like little things happen sometimes and not other times. Here's the second thing. I can't adjust this up any higher. I used to be able to. I used to be able to adjust and let this go all the way up. But now I have to literally detach it from the canvas and stretch it. Like all I want to do is just have the whole thing in view so I don't have to scroll up and down. But something, I don't know if it's something in the settings, if it's because of all my Dockers. There it goes. Look at that. So maybe it was just an extra Docker on this side that it didn't like to see. Well, fucking A. I've been literally for like weeks, I've been trying to get this stupid drawer to just show me the whole fucking thing at once so I can see all of my keyframes at once. Is that like super fucking difficult to do? Apparently. Okay, here we go. I actually do have my and you see you're obsolete. And you see you're obsolete, Mr. Beal. That's gonna start here on frame 62. I don't know what that is. Well, that's one problem solved. I finally figured out how to pull my animation timeline all the way up so I can fucking see it. Oh, God, I spent so much time just futzing with it. You know what I mean by futzing? Like, just not making any progress, just figuring out how to fucking scroll and zoom in, which is, it's bad. All right. So here is my head, and you see you're obsolete, and you see you're obsolete. What should he say? This one. You're obsolete. You're obsolete, Mr. Rio. Oh, good Lord. Okay, let's actually just do this. We're going to get these the right size. With a little thing I like to call the transform mask, we can now resize all of the frames at the same time instead of doing them one at a time like some kind of a jerk. But we will keep them off to the side. All right. Flatten that layer. not easy to tell with the camera, but this cat here, big, big boy. He's basically a lion or a panther. And he's so soft and sweet. He's like a big squishy squishker. And he likes to get squished. Squish a kitty. Good boy. Okay. So that layer is flattened. So now when I like move these over. All right. So this is when he says, and you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. And these head positions might change as I go back and draw the body in. Again, we are taking this one bite at a time. That's the only way I know to do it. If I try to take 5 bites at a time, I'm going to choke. I'm going to cry. I'm going to spit out that dirty elephant meat and run away. And then where would we be? Then we would not even have a cartoon. So we're eating that elephant one bite at a time. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale. I think this phrase, you're non-essential, Mr. Beale, could just be 2 pictures. He doesn't need a lot of mouth movement. It can just be, You're non-essential, Mr. Beale. And we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. If you watch Network, the movie, in that speech, he does not ever say, we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. He tells him that he's got to go on his TV program and start, saying what he wants. Saying, you gotta do our propaganda. You're not essential, Mr. Beale, and we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. Okay, so then we need to go maybe this one. And we're gonna kill you, Mr. Beale. All right. Actually, we'll put this one here. And this head I want to squish a little bit. And I want to stretch a little bit. So we get just that little whoop. You're not, and we're gonna do kill you on this face, and then show the teeth on the Mr. Beale. Hello, Liefly. Welcome. What are you making, mate? Well, if you are an avid listener to Knowledge Fight, you might already know, and if you've seen the movie Network, which Alex is obsessed with, I'm actually working on that episode where Alex does the Network monologue scene. And then finishes with, it's a demon feast, folks. So it's a very hilarious episode. It's also going to be a big, long one as well. So right now I'm doing this monologue scene from the movie Network. And this is sort of my version of that movie. Anyway, Liefly, what are you up to tonight? Or I don't know if it's night or day for you. All that mate talk makes me think maybe you live in the Oceania region. But maybe not. I don't know. What time is it for you, and how are you at that time? That's what I want to know. I want to know how you are. I want to know when you are. And I also want to know, yeah, anything really. I don't care. Thanks for hanging out. I will be hopefully doing a pretty long stream. I've only been streaming for a half hour so far, and we're only taking little bites out of the elephant that is this project. Fly. Coming in to check the chat room. Coming in to say hi. And again, I if I say where you're from, it's not you're not obligated to actually reveal anything if you don't want. Interesting. Are you being paid for making? No, I'm not being paid to make these. I do this out of it's my hobby. This is just a fun hobby for me. I make animations, and I'm also learning at the same time. These are not professional animations. These are fan-made with love and careful attention. I would be a terrible professional because I really just don't work fast. I don't work consistently, and I don't work like efficiently. I work on my own time. You know what I mean? That's cool. A graphic designer. So yeah, you probably have a lot of great like workflow stuff that you learned from doing graphic design, and these are kind of things that I'm sort of having to figure out for myself. Time management, organization, that kind of bullshit. All right, so you are evening. So I stand by my comment when I said good evening. I stand by it. Is that my cat in real life? Yep, this is Boogie Boy Brain. He is a champion napper. I've never seen anyone nap as hard as he does. Look at that. He's just stretching out. And he's my little companion. I've got 3 other cats as well running around that we might see. We're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. So these 3 lines here, he's saying in a soft voice, and I think I'm actually going to keep the body position here. That's a problem. His hand is above the lamp. I think I have a mask on top to cover that up. Where is that? Oh, okay. So I accidentally have these layers. Wait. Okay, because they should be on top. Fuck it. I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna erase this here. Oops. Graphic design. I'm sure you probably have better professional programs, but Li-Fi, if you've ever used Krita, it's the product. That's the program I'm using now. It's a pretty cool one. Those vector images. I do not do vector images. Only pixel. I do not use Adobe Illustrator. I don't use any Adobe products. I use Krita, and Krita alone. And I don't do vector stuff because you can't animate with vector on this program. And I think, I don't know, I mean, does that look like vector? Here, technically, this says vector layer because that's the text. So the only quote unquote vector layer I use is text. These are just references. They're not part of the final image. It's just the subtitles. I think that's maybe what you meant by vector. Those are not images, they're just text. All of this is done on regular pixel drawing with Krita. What is going on? Why is this cup? Okay, when he sets the cup down, that's when the cup needs to be in front. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh beans. Okay, so I'm just gonna make a second layer for the cup, and we'll just switch it. We'll just switch it to the top layer when it needs to go to the top, which is only on this frame. And there. Zoom. And where's my hand layer? Boom, 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 boom. My day job is teaching English. I'm an English as a second language teacher. And I work online. And I like that job a lot. I have a very nice time doing that job. And this is just a fun hobby that I've been doing for a few years. Learning by myself as we go. Yeah, I don't make any money animating. This is literally just a hobby. I've not made a single dime from animating. I've not even tried to make money animating. This is purely hobby. I like my job a lot. I would do my job even if I didn't need to work. It is incredibly rewarding, fun, challenging, and I'm very lucky to have it. Doesn't pay a lot, but that's all right. I don't need a lot. I'm single. Don't have any kids. All I gotta take care of is my kitty cats. So this is pretty good, actually. I'm going to keep his body pretty much the same for all of these frames. And then he's going to do another shift when it says, we're going to give you the same speech. Because when he says that, he really picks up the register. He goes, we're going to give you that. So he starts yelling. So, maybe... yeah, like one of these. But we'll put both hands in the air. So if I copy and paste these frames over here. Come on. Yep, and of course I will blank out that one. Hello, Veronica. Happy Friday. Welcome back. Hooray, indeed. We're doing it. We're you know, I had a lot of kind of mental blocks trying to get through this because it's so much work, but I just decided to take it one bite at a time and work it all out on Krita before going into the video editor. And it's had better results because I've been able to chip away at a few scenes here and there throughout the week. And this weekend, hopefully, we'll maybe get a lot of progress done. I can imagine how fun is teaching English. Rather, I do not say that my English is not the best, as I was born internally and raised up in my origin country. I think you mean internationally. You're born abroad, and yeah. Okay, I think I know what you're saying. Your English is not the best because you probably speak it as a second or third language, which is very cool. That's you're the type of person I work with every day, and it's fantastic. Because I can help them. Yeah, internationally. That's what I thought. So, Veronica, you want to hear my thoughts about the 2 ChatGPT episodes? My first thoughts about this is there's potentially an animation in there, but it's really rough because there's not like if I think of like the most like animatable moments, it's like the 3 ways to learn, where it's just all in 1 minute. There's like one specific funny fucking thing he says that requires no setup, and then we have Dan and Jordan laughing at it, right? With this current episode and this ChatGPT one, when I'm thinking about it, it's like this is going to require a lot of chopping and editing and some conceptual something for it. But it is absolutely ridiculous, and it needs pointing out, you know? And it's just going to take a lot more work to distill it and to find here's the clip that we can play. So I have listened to both episodes now so far. Only once, though. I listened to the first one a couple times through editing it. But let's talk about the actual thing itself, is that Alex completely misunderstands what ChatGPT is. He also, I think, as Jan and Jordan kind of pointed out, it's sort of a mirror of himself, right? Alex thinks that he is the smartest person in the world. And he believes that this AI is also a very smart person that has like a different kind of smart than he does. And I don't know. It's tough. It's going to be tough to figure out like what's the funny part that what can I add to that? Because my whole thing is like I don't, there's some bits that just don't need to be animated, because I can't think of anything I can do to elevate it and make it more funny than it is. Now, imagining Alex talking to a computer and like thinking it's a human, that's just hard to like get across in animation, you know? Whereas howtohideyourguns.com, that like makes me, that's like instant, like, oh, okay, there's so much imagery that needs to be shown that I could kind of shine through it. So yeah, it's going to be a big challenge. It's going to be a project to plan. It might even require a bit of collaborating to distill those. In fact, we're going to listen to it because I only listened to it one time, and I fell asleep during half of it, and then I like listened to the second half again this morning. But we're going to listen to it again, I think, you know, kind of get a little plan going. I'm basically just trying to lay out Alex's oh, by the way, did you see this? I wanted Alex to chew the scenery a little more. So he's going to pour himself a glass of apple juice while he's doing the monologue. It's just so perfect. He's like, you get up there on your little 12-inch screen. I laid it out already on the DaVinci, and it cracked me up. I was like laughing when watching it. So that's going to be fun. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. I was saying what my plan was for the next 2 hours is I'm going to just draw out some different body poses here. Actually, I don't want the apple juice on this frame. So where's the apple juice? Wait, what? Oh, there it is. And he's just going to be gesticulating and all that other shit. I have an extra cup behind his head. What is that? That shouldn't be there. Okay, good. Okay, you have a thought. Maybe for the animation, maybe the gag is to insert movie robots because that's clearly who he's talking to. So he asked the question, talking to Ultron. Yeah. In fact, Alex did relate. In one of the episodes, he was like, it's just like in 2001 A Space Odyssey. What's that fucking robot's name? Space Odyssey robot. HAL 9000. And, I mean, God, this would be the easiest fucking thing. All I did be one picture of a fucking light, and it just blinks while it talks. Yeah, HAL. So, yeah, what if we had Alex in his spacesuit floating around talking to HAL? I'm sorry, Dave. That's actually kind of funny to put the ChatGPT personality onto the evil HAL, because ChatGPT does say "I'm sorry" a lot, like it apologizes. When he's like, Alex asks like, what movie has the line "old-fashioned artillery, genius"? And then ChatGPT just hallucinates an answer, like it does. It just said that it's in some different movie, and Alex is like, "Oh, what? Oh, I guess maybe they reused it for another movie." But I'm talking about the Mad Max, and then ChatGPT's like, "Oh yes, that's right. That was in the movie Mad Max. Thank you for the correction." Like, if he knew shit about large language models, he would know that if you ask a leading question like that, it's just going to make up a fucking answer. And then if you correct it, it'll say, "Oh yeah, that's right. Thanks for the correction." Like that's what it does. So that's also very funny. I don't know how I could animate that, of like it hallucinating a fucking totally wrong answer. But then also Alex just believing it. Alex is like, "Oh, well maybe, oh, okay, maybe this line from this 2023 movie was reused in a 2024 movie. Maybe that's, he's not even maybe. He said, I guess they reused it." They reused it. Alex thinks the same people are. It's they are the people who make every movie, every cartoon. They are also every government and every Democrat, right-leaning or left-leaning news outlet. Which, by the way, have you noticed how these quote-unquote left-leaning news outlets sure are hanging out to the right pretty far? This left lean. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Which, I mean, it makes sense if you understand what leftism actually is. A giant fucking media company is not probably going to have the values that a true leftist would have. Yeah. So the sight gag is definitely an angle for that. But some of this is turning out pretty good. I like I told you, I cracked myself up with how this worked out. The
When you see something like Terminator, you think that's a movie? No, the art's imitating life. That's all.
So we've seen that part, but I also changed the intro. I had a different like transition that was kind of cool, but I ended up scrapping it for a different one.
You know, like in the big boardrooms in D.C., the big boardrooms in New York, the big boardrooms in Los Angeles. I've been in them all. When I say all those cities, in the boardrooms, and you know, you get the little Howard Beale speech. Remember Howard Beale and Network? It's that speech. Think you just messed up a business deal, Mr. Beale? It's not a business deal, Mr. Beale. This is a church. This is a system, and you are a unit of this church. And Mr. Beale, in the final equation, we're going to destroy your soul. That's what we traffic in, Mr. Beale. You have meddled with the tidal forces of nature, Mr. Beale, and you must atone. Do I got your attention there, Mr. Beale? You get up there on your little 12-inch screen every night and you talk about countries and borders and nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples, Mr. Beale. There is only...
And he pours a second one. That's what I cracked up at. It's so cheap and lazy, but like also very funny, the timing. Because he just finished, he pours one. We cut to the reaction shot, and he's pouring a new one, and then watch the crew reactions after this.
There is only a spectrum of corporations and companies, and each of us is just a little piece of that larger whole. And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale.
So this is the part I'm working on right now. See, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale.
Good truth is, Mr. Beale, we don't like you because you're smarter, and we pull your teeth out, ritual, and pull your teeth out while you beg for mommy, and then kill you.
Are we still in the movie?
We're gonna rape your children, and then we're gonna kill them too. Okay.
I don't remember this part.
God damn it! What the fuck?
But we're gonna do it over and over again. We're gonna make copies of.
Still in the movie?
We're gonna rape your children, and then we're gonna kill them too. Okay.
I don't remember this part.
But we're gonna do it over and over again. We're gonna make copies of your children, and we're gonna rape those clones over and over again.
This would be really weird to put in the movie.
See, that's the real speech, Mr. Beale. So, are you gonna join us, Mr. Beale?
Okay, yeah. It went a little off track from Network, but...
you know, Mr. Jones, I feel like all we...
So I have some more of those pictures to lay out, but yeah. Yeah, the throwing the bottle just gets me, because it's like the little sub, or what is it called? Like the subplot. I'm trying to do that more, where there's just an animated subplot happening. It's that this is an obviously out of control, fucking drunk, wild actor, and he's not only he's gonna be drinking, he's gonna be throwing the empties, pitching them off, right? I'm thinking for the last bit at the climax of his thing right before Dan cuts him off is to just have him. I'll just take the same frames when he rips his shirt off and pulls out the two hatchets. So are you gonna join us, Mr. Beale? Oh, okay, yeah, good. And then when Jordan's going, okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. We will be in touch. To have Alex just like panting, shirtless, holding two axes or hatchets. All right, cool. Glad you like it. So we just got to chip away at some of this other stuff. Now, while we do, I think I can throw on the podcast, and we're gonna listen for a second time. And I'll try to, maybe what we'll do is just make notes. We'll just keep a little notepad and write down timestamps. So Alex v Chat GPT. And there's 2 episodes. They are 960, 961, and we're going to listen to 961 because I've only heard it once and I don't remember everything from it. So we'll do that. Oh yeah, we also have the Discord. Hello, Chad. Welcome. Oh my God, the Chat GPT episodes, right? We're talking about it. We're not drawing it. Obviously, we're drawing network, but we are going to brainstorm about it. Glad to see you again, Chad. And I want you guys know about the Discord. You're in the Discord. I had this funny idea. I want to rename. I don't know if I can rename my Twitter or the server. But I want to think of the server as not just a Discord server, but I want it to be a think tank. I've been hearing this word a lot. Think tanks. Conservative think tanks, right? And I thought, I want my own think tank. And I was like, I have a Discord server. So the Discord server is going to now have we're going to make a new channel called the Think Tank. All right? And I want everyone to just get in there and think it up. Write your thoughts. So what is the think tank? Put your show ideas, opinions, hot takes, educational, whatever, think tank stuff. Whatever think tanks do, they end up coming up with propaganda and making policy and shit. So hopefully we'll be able to do that one day. But for now, we're just thinking. Okay. Chad, I have thoughts about a Chat GPT animation. Good. Was watching some WNBA. Great games. Really chilling Jordan this week. Waiting for Alex. It's a robot, not a person. Yeah, but this goes back to the theme of this episode, which is Alex thinks movies are real. Alex's whole reality is shaped by what he is shown in movies. Movies and TV are incredibly powerful at sticking vivid imagery in your head. I mean, that's the whole point of it. That's what we want them to do. But Alex cannot distinguish between those things. So just like Alex watched 2001, where it's not a robot, or it's not a person, it's a robot, but that doesn't really matter in 2001, right? Because the robot is as a person, just more, right? It's got everything a person has plus more. And that's kind of what Alex is thinking it is. And he's also trying to, like, at the same time, hold in the idea that this is also a sort of globalist controlled piece of software that's being inhibited in some way. And Alex is like, oh, I'm going to pill this fucking thing. So he's an idiot. And, yeah, even if you told him, Alex, this is not a person, he would, just like they were talking about, like, there's nothing on this earth that would convince him that he's not talking to a mind. No villain would monologue as they act, which is why he does. Yeah, exactly. It's like, I am a James Bond villain, or whatever. Like, I'm going to use James Bond villain tactics. You've fallen into my trap. Oops. You've fallen into my trap, Mr. Bond. So, let's do it. I'm going to throw on this episode. We're going to listen to 961. And I'm going to put that text up here. Oops, that's my kitty cat. Text 961. And yeah, so in the Discord, we have a think tank. All right? It's humble beginnings now. We don't have any funding, but eventually we'll try to do as much good as the Republican Party does bad. Okay? No more, no less. Okay? That's what we'll try to do in the think tank. So I don't care whatever you want to put in the think tank, but if you got just some thoughts you got to get off your chest, put it in the think tank, and eventually we're gonna have this huge library of awesome knowledge, and then we can compile it and do things like, take down Alex Jones, take down Tim Pool, although that seems like it's already being done by the Justice Department. But you know what I mean. Let's try to fuck shit up a little bit, and by shit I mean the shitty shit that's out there in the world. We're gonna make our own think tank, because fuck these think tanks that fuck up our whole world. I want to make a think tank too, and I'm gonna fuck up their fuck ups. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's fuck up their fuck ups. You fucked it up? Well, I'm gonna fuck that up. And it ends up being an unfucked. It's the idea. You can't unfuck what's been fucked, or can you? That will be for the think tank to decide. All right? So let's throw it on. Yes, Veronica, definitely you can put your ideas in the chat. Put them in the Discord as well, if you like. I don't know, actually, be curious. If you just joined the stream, are you able to go back and see what people previously chatted? Or can you only see from the moment you entered? I've never really paid attention to that when I join a chat stream, because I usually kind of don't look at the chat for enough time to where I'm like, I don't know. Anyway, if you'd like, if you have concrete ideas or anything, we're going to put them in the think tank. Honestly, this could be for non-video related stuff, but for now, I think obviously it will be animation related stuff. So put it in the think tank, or write it in the chat and I'll copy it into the think tank. I just like saying think tank. 961. Here we go. If the stream should falter, and that might happen because of internet, if I'm just suddenly disconnected, hop on Discord. I can actually, here's another thing too, is I can stream through Discord, but because I'm not broadcasting, then I can actually, like, we can listen to music and stuff like that I wouldn't be able to stream on YouTube. So that's a possibility if it comes to a point where I'm like, I don't want to listen to the podcast, I want to like listen to, copyrighted music. I might invite y'all to just go into the Discord where we can listen to music or watch copyrighted materials, because it's not being broadcast. It's more like a Zoom meeting or something. Yes, we got our first comment. Think tank. Hey, now that's thinking. Don't think like there's different kinds of tanks. There's fish tanks. There's military tanks. I'm a fan of the old Ukrainian farmer stealing the Russian tank meme. That's always fun. I like giving the old tanks to the Ukrainian farmers. That's fun. It's fun to think about. That's that silver lining to the dark cloud. Now I'm thinking war games and Alex leading the world into a nuclear war from chatting with an AI. War games. I kind of like the design of this kind of like that should be the computer that ChatGPT is. Fucking green text. And then maybe just like a very pixelated little head thing. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, like this is the kind of shit we can put in Think Tank. Watch. Boom. Yeah, perfect. Look at that. I mean, so like, boom. So pictures, things like that. Another thing I've put in the Discord is music recommendations. If you like any cool music, throw them in there. I could have put a lot more. I didn't want to put too many because I do want everyone to check out Crystal, Dirty Loops, G Flip. I put 2 G Flip songs in there. G Flip's like my new favorite artist. I'm crazy for NBs. I love NBs. I love their, not all NBs. I guess there's some that are gross, but in general, the NB is just a dope style that comes, it's just interesting fashion, interesting looks. And the way G Flip especially kind of just rides right in the middle of masculine feminine in an almost fluid way. In fact, their song I Could Be Your Man is incredible. The video, they're playing drums in a dress, and then they're singing in a suit, and there's so much fucking male energy out of one side and all this female energy out of the other side, and they just fucking meld together in such a fucking cool way. So G Flip is dope. I highly recommend G Flip. Crystal is an amazing British rapper, and she has got bars. She's got bars, and she's got flow. Dirty Loops are just fucking maniacs, instrumentalists. And the singer is great. The only winning move is not to play. We end with a 20-year-old Alex deciding to just keep selling gym subscriptions. Did he sell gym subscriptions? Or is that a reference to the movie? Who knows? So anyway, I've been delaying too much. Let's go. 961. I'm gonna skip the theme song. I'm sorry.
Acknowledged, right? I'm down.
I'm Jordan.
We're a couple dudes like to sit around, worship at the altar of Selene, and talk a little bit about Alex Jones.
Oh, indeed we are, Dan.
Jordan.
I have a quick question for you.
What's up?
What's your bright spot today, buddy?
My bright spot today is I'm not somebody who gets a lot of new clothes.
Sure.
Like on our tour when
Yes.
we went out, it was kind of a joke bit thing that I got a new shirt.
Sure.
But it's not really. Like, I very rarely get new things.
Yeah, no, you just really liked that shirt, and it looked great on you.
And now I have a bunch of them.
Yeah, exactly.
But I got some new shoes.
Okay.
And I think I realized I've been wearing bad shoes for a long time. Because these ones have like a little bit of cushiony on
All
the
right.
inside.
Oh, they've even got a
they
little
feel
thing.
better.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, maybe my shoes have sucked for a long time. So that's a good thing to learn.
You may have you ever considered, like, the more we talk, have you ever considered that you just started playing life on hard mode from the jump and then forgot to, like, you could adjust the difficulty?
Well, it's not. I don't look at it as hard mode. I look at it more as like, you're in maybe like one of these survival crafting games.
Sure.
And you get like the shoes that are just like, I don't know, some animal skin shoes.
Sure.
Or whatever.
No, I know what you're saying.
You have no reason to upgrade.
Why
would
you?
you upgrade?
Yeah. You
just-
didn't know there were better shoes.
They're just something to put on my foot. I don't give a shit. And then you realize, oh no, these feel bad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's 100 things like that.
Yeah.
In my
Could
life. And so the shoes, we fixed that one.
I like it. We're going through, I think, every single one of them, just slowly untying the Gordian knot that is the things that you forgot could be better.
Ah, shit.
Yep.
So what's your bright spot?
My bright spot is I'm going to have to go with tennis. Now, I'll tell you one thing about this tennis.
Uh-huh.
All right? So, U.S. Open, it's from the United States. It's where the two letters at the beginning come.
Right.
This year, for the first time in 20 years,
You're going to be like spraying, what are they called? Spike proteins. You're shedding spike proteins now, Veronica. You got a flu shot and a COVID vax. Fuck yeah. That is a true globalist. Next, you got to eat the bugs, okay? Now, here in Mexico, there's a very famous dish, which are bugs. They are called chapulines. Unos chapulines. And they are grasshoppers, but they are chili-fied. They're salted. I think they're fried or baked or something. But then they're covered in chili and salt. And you eat them like popcorn. Okay? You will eat the bugs if you want. You don't have to eat them. A lot of people don't like them. I personally, it was like, yeah, they're fine. I was walking around, we were just, shopping and whatever, and you have a little bag of them, and you just kind of eat them like popcorn. And when you're really hungry, they're like a great little snack. You can put them on tacos, for a nice crunch. But occasionally, you'll kind of pick at your teeth, and you'll see a grasshopper leg. And then you might lose your appetite a little bit. It happens. But, so, yep, you can share your spike proteins, and you can eat chapulines because you will eat the bugs. And also, I want you to own nothing and be happy. If you could, go ahead and own nothing. And let's go ahead and be happy about it, please. I actually would be very happy to not own anything. I like the idea of personal property as opposed to private property. And library socialism, like you don't need your own private property of something that you only use every once in a while, right? You don't need it all. Okay, Chad, I'm getting my vaccine this week because I'm going to visit my MAGA parents. Oh boy, those MAGA parents. That's generally, like, I get it, but there's a lot going on with MAGA right now because there's a lot of infighting, and the people who are the true MAGA believers are getting a little bit burned by Trump because he admitted that he lost the election. Oh my God, he admitted it. And all that stuff. It's been stressful at work. So sorry. I can't hear you. I'm on the plane to Japan. Rooting for Humala? What? I'm sorry. I'm on the plane. See you later. Yeah. The problem is if you lie to them and say you're not, you don't have time off, you might do something in Japan that makes international news, or like you're seen in the background of some big international news thing, and your parents are like, "What? What are you doing in Tokyo?" Yeah, none of us are going to dissuade you. If you tell a little fib, and then you're like, I don't want to. Another thing you could do is try just trolling them and being like, yeah, you're right. Like, if it's trying to pick a fight, just be like, yep, you're right. Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Yep. So who are you going to vote for then? Well, I guess I'll have to vote for Donald Trump. He seems like the only logical option. And then he's just going to get frustrated and like, yeah, that's what I want, too. Guess you finally came around. And just don't engage it in any way. That's hard to do, obviously. Like, that's the kind of thing you do in the shower after. Like, it's like, oh, this is what I should have said. I used to think if you have 50 to give and you give 50, then you gave 100 because it was everything. But then I heard it should be if you have 50 to give, you give 20 and keep 30 for yourself. I've gone there to visit so many times. Each time it's a new type of conspiracy they throw at me. Yeah, and it's never a fun one, right? It's never got, like, conspiracy theories are not fun anymore. They are like, it's like, oh my God, you have a twisted view of minorities and you dehumanize them. And that makes me very fucking sad, and it makes my blood boil, and it makes me shake, and it's hard to think, and it's hard to talk it calmly. So maybe you hit them with a conspiracy theory of their own. Just be like, hey, Donald Trump never existed. It's all a fucking hoax. Look at these photos. Like, and just show them photo after photo and photo and just circle different parts of the photo. Look at that. How do you explain that? How do you explain that? How do you explain that? I have mountains of evidence. Donald Trump never existed. He's a hologram. I was crazy for thinking Sharia law wasn't overtaking the U.S. in 2013. Oh, yeah, I remember that. When, before they talked about critical race theory, before they talked about DEI, it was Sharia law. Hell, that was back in like 2007, before Obama. I remember my friend calling me and being like, hey, you're a smart guy. Do you think Obama's the Antichrist? And I was like, first of all, I'm an atheist. I don't think anyone is the Antichrist. But no, Obama is not the Antichrist. But yeah, there's that whole idea of Sharia law. The Muslims are going to take over. And honestly, Sharia is not that much different from the super conservative Christians. It's not a hell of a lot different. In fact, I think a lot of them would prefer it to have the law enforced by some of their stupid church guys, you know? Sent me a bunch of prepper food in 2010. I'm curious about that prepper food. Did you ever dig into it? Did you let it expire and throw it away? And how was the quality? Occupy Wall Street. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I've been sort of looking, watching a lot of not Tim Pool videos that he produced, but hit pieces on Tim Pool. Like Some More News did a very good long thing on Tim Pool. And that's where Tim Pool came from. He was a product of working for Vice News, reporting on Occupy Wall Street. And he did such a shitty job at it. And he just sort of failed his way into becoming like a fucking millionaire. Such a weird origin story. And it's surprising how fucking bad he is at everything. Yet just fails upward. So frustrating. When a guy came to buy the food, I hid my Hillary and Obama books. Alex reviewed the pepper good. It's pretty good. That's the thing, dude. With survival food, you don't have to sell it as being like delicious, right? It's the only kind of food where you just got to be like, it's storable and it's high calorie. Storable and high calorie. So you bought it in it was bought for you in 2010, and you sold it to some shithead in 2012 using Obama's re-election as proof the economy is about to collapse. Good fucking Lord. Yeah, this is a pre-MAGA. He didn't even know he was MAGA yet. Because this is 2012. Yeah. Bought the food. That's really funny. Because I'm sure, like, that shit's not supposed to last, like, multiple years, right? I would guess that the best of the best shit has, like, a 1 year shelf life. And then obviously, like, it depends on what's in it, but they would probably degrade depending on, like, if it's a full kit with a whole bunch of different foods in it, you might have some that outlast the others. But if it's a sealed bucket and one thing starts going bad, if I had to live off this food, I'd rather be dead. Oh God, that is quite a that's quite a review. It's like, no, literally, let's fucking hunt. Let's hunt like a neighborhood squirrel. Like, that would be better than eating this bullshit. Fuck, just have a garden. Start planting wheat now, and then get a grain silo. Pretty soon you're just farming. That's funny. I'm having a lot of fun reading your guys' chats. I feel like you know, it's just a nice little. It's nice. I don't know how to say it. I'm not trying to be too sentimental, but I do really enjoy just a couple people chit-chatting. There was an episode where Dan went over the pepper food, and Dad read the reviews in 2020. Okay, yeah. If we can find an episode number for that. A good way to do this, and I'm sure you guys know, pod scripts. Food bucket reviews. Just gonna say it. If not, I'll just say review. Yeah, it's a little finicky. Let's say storable food. He says that a lot though, huh? May 3rd, 2020. January 31st, 2020. Maybe October. I remember listening to that episode, riding in the train in Japan. Yeah, you know, I have this similar thing where if I'm doing a thing in a place while listening to a podcast, if I listen back to that podcast, I will then remember where I was, right? Like, oh, I was in a train. There's a lot of little things, because I've listened to, I remember listening to Knowledge Fight like in Italy and stuff, like traveling many years ago. So yeah, occasionally you just kind of, it hits you and you remember it. So it might be one of these episodes, 431, thinking maybe could be this one. Let's see, maybe Dan says like reviews for Amazon. I don't know. So that's basically, if I can try to think of like an exact word they would have said there, then type it into pod scripts. You can kind of hunt down the episode. And Fudgy also now is capable of doing that. So according on the Fudgy site, you can now search under Knowledge Fight. Let's try Fudgy. Storable food review. And it's not that I don't need those words in order. I just know customer. Let's say food bucket or survival food. He says survival food way too much. Yeah, that's a little, I don't know how to do that. Fuzzy, that's what I'm looking for.
I don't know if this is going to be a good review or a bad
Okay.
one. Here at NPR, we tried the creamy potato soup, macaroni elbows, and cheese powder, and the chicken noodle.
Do you think this is it? This is a 2018 one.
Do we have any Yelp reviews for his food?
No, but I might be able to look them up during this clip.
All right.
For instance,
So, NPR, I found a review of the food article called "Apocalypse Chow," where they tried.
All right,
his
NPR.
food.
All right, NPR. Let's pull it back a bit.
Here. I'll just read to you from the article. This is blind. I don't know if this is going to be a good review or a bad
Okay.
one. Here at NPR, we tried the creamy potato soup, macaroni elbows, and cheese powder, and the chicken noodle soup. And of course, we had to test the chocolate pudding for dessert.
Gotta.
Save for the pudding, the dishes were extremely salty and had odd, lingering aftertastes. We couldn't agree on which was worse, the thick potato soup that felt like eating wet cement, the strong chemical overtones of the chocolate pudding, or the disturbing radioactive orange of the macaroni and cheese. Pro tip, do not make the mistake we made of adding more cheese than the recipe calls for.
I feel like that's on NPR.
Fair enough.
Once again, liberals ruined everything.
A chef's review.
Yeah, this is
quote,
not it
"It's
because
awful."
they're talking about the Baker buckets, I think, not Alex's buckets. Who knows? Okay, let's do this. I need to do a little bathroom break. We're gonna go back to episode 961, ChatGPT Part 2, and we'll maybe figure that episode out. And if you figure it out, throw it in the think tank.
Or whatever. They're Americans
Here we go.
who are going to maybe win it. That doesn't happen in tennis because of the three guys who are better than everybody ever. Yeah,
they're getting old.
They're all old, so that whole generation that was squashed and strangled is now getting their chance to shine, right?
Sure.
But one of the people is a dude named Francis Tiafoe, and or Tiafoe, I don't know, and he's awesome. He's great. Grew up broke. Dad worked at a tennis place. Grew up just hitting tennis balls against the wall. Became something awesome. Did the whole thing. He's great, right? He's had a rough couple of years because he got pretty famous. He did a lot of good stuff. And then he starts hanging around with, like Steph Curry and LeBron James and stuff,
Oh.
right?
I thought you were going to say a bad crowd.
No. But for a tennis guy, it's a bad crowd because they're like, hey, man, you got to step it up. You got to put all this pressure on you. But they're team guys. They can put pressure on themselves because there's other dudes around them. When you're playing tennis, it's just you.
Right.
So you can't be playing tennis and then be like, Steph Curry would be mad at that shot? What am I doing with my life, right?
I could see how that would get in your head.
Yeah, it gets in your head. So he's had a struggle. But in the past few months, kind of figured it out.
All right.
Kind of figured it out. So now he's in the semifinals of the U.S. Open.
Against Pete Sampras.
Against Taylor Fritz,
Okay.
who's another American. But he and the other two Americans on the women's side, Jessica Pegula and Emma Navarro and Taylor Fritz, first off, Navarro and Pegula, billionaire daughters. Rich fucks.
Oh, I thought you meant they have billionaire daughters.
No, they are daughters of billionaires.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So they can go fuck themselves.
Doesn't tennis, more
Right.
so than other sports, except for like golf, it seems like there's a high incidence
Oh, yeah.
of the affluent. But
You
then
have to.
again, tennis is like something you can play if you're rich or if you have nothing.
Right.
So it kind of has like the most extremes.
Yeah, you have
whereas
to.
golf is less that.
You have to dedicate literally everything to it. And so you can only do that if your parents are rich enough to just say, fine, go do that, or if your parents are willing to sacrifice for you.
Right. So we
And
got
that's
two daughters
why
of billionaires.
They can go fuck themselves. Taylor Fritz, another rich kid. Francis TFO, buddy.
All right.
He's coming for it.
All right.
That's my bright spot. He's going to win the U.S. Open.
I'm pulling for him.
Yep.
On your behalf.
Thank you.
Good
and
luck.
on behalf of all poor people everywhere. That's
Sure.
what I'm saying.
So yeah, I hope that goes great.
I'm sure it will.
Pete Sampras.
he was all right.
So we got an episode to go over, Jordan.
Yeah.
And I gotta say,
Yeah.
I've been struggling. I think we hit a culmination on our last episode
With the Chat GPT?
Yeah.
It's tough to beat
I
that.
honestly think there may be nothing better than that. I obviously feel like whenever you see greatness,
Sure.
you didn't know greatness was coming.
No.
And you can feel like after you've witnessed greatness, like Michael Jordan, his next game after the flu game,
Sure.
was it that good? I don't know. We don't remember it.
Yeah, it was all right.
Right, exactly. What are we going to do after Alex's fucking ChatGPT episode?
I genuinely don't know. How do you
Exactly.
follow it?
Exactly.
Yeah. We have to smooth back into things.
There's almost a feeling of like, I wish that was episode 1000 and then we could mysteriously disappear.
That would be great.
Right?
We're just suddenly in the woods 10
gone.
years later.
Okay, episode 481. Nice. Hooray. So, how am I going to find that? Knowledge Fight, September 13, 2012. Okay. Or 2012? Oh, okay, so it was a post COVID episode, but they're talking about Alex in the past. What's going on with Alex Jones on the day of a couple of wonks' wedding day? Alex picks a fight with Ron Paul, helps Jesse Ventura promote a Horby title book, and engages in some familiar salesmanship. Oh, cool. Let's take a look.
Ultimately,
All right, that's working on it. Dude, food bucket thing. It's definitely. I like the idea of doing more commercials and stuff that Alex has done. I think next after the network is going to be how to hide your guns, or where to hide your guns, and where not to hide your circumstances. Okay, I'm trying to get this episode, but my internet's being slow again. There we go.
has control over it. I don't know. But
Here we go. Got it up on pod scripts. Should be easier. 125. Let's go down here.
one, Alex knew that Steve Shank was going to be on to plug his foods at the end of the episode.
Sure.
Which puts into context his desire for calls to come in about World War III and the financial collapse that's coming. He wanted to create that tone for the episode in order to pay it off towards the end with this.
Steve, we've just heard from all of our callers that World War III is coming and that the financial collapse is coming. Steve, do you have anything that people might want if the financial collapse is coming?
Second thing, he's talking about this fly-by-night. People are coming into the space. They're not around anymore. They're eFoods Direct and Steve Shank. They're not in business.
They're gone.
As best I can tell, I can't find any evidence. And I've found a bunch of people who are saying that they are not in business anymore.
Interesting.
And third, they're not Alex's sponsor anymore.
Wow.
Alex now has My Patriot Supply. He has a completely different food sponsor. It's interesting. It's interesting to see like this very similar behavior being engaged in order to push survival food.
Yeah.
In the past.
Yeah, it's almost like the callers were the three-man game. You know, it used to be him, Ted Anderson, and what's his dumb fuck?
Bob
selling
Chapman?
gold. Bob Chapman, you know? He was trying to put the callers in the Bob Chapman role of look at what horrible things might come.
Yeah, let's dwell in that space a bunch and then discuss this.
So, yeah.
And honestly, looking into it, trying to figure out what was going on, seeing if I could figure out why Alex doesn't have eFoods Direct as the My Patriot Supply. Is it the same company, just rebranded?
Right.
You know, whatever.
Sure.
And trying to look into that, I got really fucking depressed. And I think that there's an aspect of survival food sales that we don't take into consideration that much. and how ripe for abuse it is.
Oh, yeah.
Because the premise is you're buying food that you won't eat for 5 years.
Yeah.
If you're somebody who's running a con and don't expect to be in business in 5 years, you could sell whatever the fuck you want, because most of those people are not going to eat that food.
Right.
It could be bad, and then it might not have the shelf life that you're claiming that it has.
Yep.
And by the time that anyone learns that you're out of business, you've disappeared, there's nothing they can do. I found so many complaints on websites from people who had bought food from eFoods Direct, and it's got a 25-year shelf life.
Yeah.
And let's say a hurricane hit or something, or even more tragically now in 2020 with the situation that people are finding themselves in. They're like, oh, we have survival foods.
Yeah.
Thank God we do. They open it up and it's rancid.
Yeah.
It's completely spoiled. The food is no good. So one person I found a complaint from was saying that there's an intrinsic problem that their foods don't have bug-proof bags. So they just all of the food just had bugs. Infested.
Just larvae and shit everywhere.
Yeah. And I don't know if that's universal, and I generally try to err on the side of not taking angry online comments too seriously.
Sure.
Because they're easy to for people to create campaigns against a company or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was over a long stretch of time, these complaints, and they were also a lot of them.
Yeah.
It made me think that maybe there was something to some of the complaints that they were making, and it really, really depressed me because of that angle on it. The fact that you're basically selling people comfort that they may not have in the future.
Sure.
And these people, it's not cheap. It's a lot of money that people were paying, thousands of dollars for, a family of 5, a year's worth of food. And then maybe it's shit. Maybe it's useless. And now you're out that money, and you've been deprived of that comfort that was what you were being sold in the first place.
Sure.
And it really made me more angry, because on some level, I totally understand the idea of preparation. I mean, we've talked about this before. When I was younger, we lived in Missouri, and there's tornadoes.
Sure.
So my parents had some canned food and bottled water in the basement in case. I understand. It's something that, if things go as bad as they possibly could, it's not irrational to have something. And when a company exists that's promising you the relief of those potential fears and anxieties, when that's what they exist to do and they take advantage of it, it's really bad. It's really evil to me, I think.
I mean, I would say adding, just on that merit, yes, it's disgusting. When you add the fact that they are then stoking and exacerbating the fear
in order to
sell more of their shit.
Yeah.
Then now you're not just saying, they're exploiting somebody's reasonable fears. What they're doing is they're ratcheting up reasonable fears into something insane in order to sell more of their food, because that's how capitalism works.
And from what I
understand, it's a profit-based business.
And from what I understand, I think eFoods Direct was also a multi-level marketing. They had an angle of it that was that you'd sell food to people around you. So it's even more exploitative, and all of the indications that I could.
Holy shit. Bad on top of bad. An MLM predatory bullshit survival food company is God damn. God damn. They get you coming and going. And so you know how with MLMs, a lot of people who end up doing them end up with garages with boxes stacked full of fucking unsold product, right? And they rationalize it. But at some point it gets hard to rationalize, what are you going to do with all this fucking makeup? Or fucking protein powder. But it's a lot easier to get paranoid, scared people to rationalize, if I don't sell it, at least I have survival food. But then again, it comes back to that thing. This episode hits really close to home with the family who fall victim to these scams. Oh my God, yes. I was thinking of that as well. How I just get these waves of anger because it's not any one. Like I can direct a lot of anger at Alex Jones. I could direct a lot of anger at Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, all of these fucking fucks who are poisoning our meemaws and peepaws with bullshit. It fucking pisses me off. Even if they're not selling, like directly scamming people, obviously is one thing, but sometimes it's just the insidious, like putting poison in their ear, kind of scam, getting people to distrust any expert while somehow trusting like lunatics who are just grifting. It's fucking frustrating. Like you've taken away the minds. Like you either take their money, you take their mind. And it's been going on since 2016, at least, if not longer. But it really ramped up in 2016, and then it really ramped up after COVID. Obviously, COVID just ruined a lot of people. That's when we saw the golden age of fucking QAnon. That's when so many like left-leaning, sensible people, or who maybe they didn't have a strong foundation of why they had leftist beliefs and were just sort of going along with it. People who definitely hated Trump the first time around suddenly became fucking Q-pilled lunatics. And it's because of these cynical fucks like Tim Pool and Alex and all this shit that they have absolutely no moral qualms with just shoveling that shit out because it's going to make them rich. And god damn it if they're not rich. They're fucking rich. What the fuck? Fuck that shit. So hard. I hate that. I hate it. I hate it so much.
And get her, like, this is a really, really gross thing that Alex was engaged in.
Yeah.
And
hey, you know what's funny? Food business is predatory.
Yeah. And that's
you didn't laugh.
No, because I'm too depressed.
I know, that's very sad.
And that's the other thing too, is that like Alex is talking about this in terms of like, yeah, there's a bunch of people who are getting into the emergency food game because people want to be independent. But that's an illusion. That's an illusion. You're creating a dependency on your company for this survival food. And if you can't promise, or if you can't deliver what you're promising, it's so depressing. Like, it's just a bleak picture of like Alex selling X-ray goggles in the back of his magazine or whatever. Like, it's just it's just such charlatanry that I find it find it offensive that so much of his career is clearly staked on this. Like, it's so clearly based on this con of these people who trust him, and it sucks.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. It really is still hard to wrap my mind around. Just like how many different terms, idioms, descriptors, stories, and all of this stuff about con men are just littered throughout our just American history, let alone the world history. And yet it is still impossible to convince a significant portion of people that con men exist.
Yeah.
You know, like, con men are so good at convincing you everybody else is trying to con you.
Yeah.
That you wind up buying storable foods.
All these other storable food people are con men, except for me.
What are you talking about?
Yeah. And it's interesting because this experience of, like, preparing this episode really sort of umbrellaed out my distaste. Because so much of it before was like what you were talking about, the exacerbating fears in order to push product.
Sure.
Because I had some kind of a just maybe naive belief that what they were selling was actually good.
You would think.
But then looking at these fucking complaints, it just, like, and it's not just complaints. There were pictures of their food that had gone bad. It's gross.
Shit. Yeah.
And it's like, it just adds such another layer to it that is just, I feel so bad.
I mean, yeah, not least of which because just as if you want to, like, let's call it market capitalism, and the market will do the stuff. What incentive do you have to sell good storable food? Like, what incentive is there?
I mean, in theory, you'll get sued in 25 years.
Exactly. You're not going to be in most businesses aren't in business 25 years.
Yeah.
And if you're a storable food business, your bottom line is there won't even be a business in 25 years. You're going to need our food.
Yeah.
We won't exist by the
Yeah.
time you need to be mad at us.
Yeah, it's honestly something that I think that it might be a space that calls for regulation.
100%.
I think it may call for greater regulation than even just like regular food market because of those added elements.
Absolutely.
Because of the sort of liability that you get yourself out of based on the nature of the business.
Yeah.
And of course, were some politician, obviously would be someone on the left, to suggest these kinds of things, Alex would be able to say that it's an attack on the idea of storable food.
Obviously.
Right. When in fact it's just a loophole that is really fucked up.
Yeah, it is really. I didn't really consider it fully before, but it is a business based around. By the time you use my product, I will not exist.
I will be out of town.
Exactly.
In the old sort of parlance.
Yeah.
The salesman will have
It's a
moved on.
monorail. Yes, it's totally a monorail. The business won't even exist because we're all dead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
It's a bummer.
That's a real bummer.
And I think the reason that we don't consider these things or hadn't thought about it in those terms before is just naive faith that, like, at least...
Well, they're a business.
They're a business.
They're a business.
There's got to be rules.
They have to be doing something.
Right. If you sell people storable food that goes bad 10 years before its expiration date, obviously you're going to get sued.
Of course.
You're out of business by then already, or there's no recourse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's...
Wow. That's a great way to launder money. Has anybody figured that out yet?
I don't know.
That's interesting.
Anyway, Alex is like, look, sure, this guy, Steve Schenk, he's here and he runs my fucking survival food business, but we're not here to plug. We're here to talk about news.
Of course.
He's having to buy food out a year or two ahead just so he can give you good food at the lowest price when other folks are selling you things that the cardboard has more nutrition, literally. See, I'm already running on here. We're not talking about eFoodsDirect.com. He does not want to talk about that. He came here to talk about the news.
So now that's an interesting premise. He's here to talk about the news. He's not here to talk about eFoods Direct. Now, it might be interesting to see what kind of news he wants to cover.
See.
Here's what he brought. Reuters. World food prices jumped 10% in July. World Bank. Boom. That's hyperinflation, folks, not just the droughts. Food stamp use climbs to record 46.7 mil, but you add in the rest is over 50 mil. Bloomberg. Hot, long summer since food prices soaring.
So it's all about stories that are designed to make people more inclined to buy your survival food.
Yeah.
How is that not an infomercial?
No, it's not. He's just there to talk about the news, Dave.
Please.
He's just there to talk about
Such
the news.
bullshit.
Come on. He's got a lot of things to say about Ron Paul, I imagine.
This is about as unethical as it fucking gets.
Yeah.
And the presentation of like, oh, Steve doesn't want me to plug. I'm going to plug whether he wants me to or not is such bullshit.
It's insulting.
Yeah, it is.
It's really insulting.
And I'm going to plug it. He can't stop me. eFoodsDirect.com, the place to get your storable foods.
They're laughing about that.
Ugh.
The concept that, like, he's rebelliously plugging. He's told me not to. We're going to plug anyway because it's so good. Fuck you guys.
That's mean to me.
Fuck you.
I don't like it when they're mean.
You know what's even worse? Is like, I mean, obviously I can't trace this, but like, I can just imagine that somebody who's listening to this show in 2012 bought that food, and then they were the people complaining on the websites that I...
6 months ago.
Yeah.
They opened it up. That we got the food. It's a good thing. Everybody, that was when the shelves were all empty.
Sure.
So Target had no toilet paper down the way, and they're like, "Fuck it, we're gonna open up this storable food," and then they get maggots. And shit.
Or even if it's just a thing where, okay, things are looking like they might go bad. Let's try this food out and see what we've got, and then you're like, oh, we don't have anything.
Yeah.
Like, I know that obviously I can't draw a direct line, but
Sure.
It's really too hard for me not to think that somebody...
Alex has taken more luxury vacations in the last 2 years than most Americans will ever in their lives. Yeah. Don't we know it? This is also around the Daryl Rundis episode, which I remember listening to in Japan too. However, that will always be the episode where Alex's demon came through a portal at CERN. Yes. Who the fuck is Daryl Rundis? That stuck with Dan for a while because he used to sign off the episodes with "I'm Daryl Rundis." I think I even have a picture of Daryl Rundis in my reference picture files. Do I? Maybe not in this one. But yeah, I that's a good one. That's definitely one that I could consider animating. The reason I didn't, I think I put it on the back shelf because it's another one of those where it's really hard to decide when to start the episode without covering a lot of, because it's actually Daryl Rundis who says a lot of the crazy stuff that sets up Alex when Alex goes blah. But I want to do that. I want to draw a little demon popping out of CERN. From my understanding, it's a giant loop. So I don't know where it would pop out from. Oh, there's the Shiva statue that Alex is freaked out about. They have a statue of Shiva at the CERN, and the demon comes out. Where would the demon sort of just emerge? Because the way he says it, it sounds like a little guy. Because he goes, bah! Yeah, it's on the news. A portal opens up and the demon comes out like, bah! Daryl Rundis. The other one he says that makes me laugh is Peter Hotez. Peter Hotez, where he puts it. I can't picture Alex saying, or Dan saying that. So CERN, what is that? Is that in the middle of CERN? Because I know CERN is a giant loop, right? But they probably have like something in the middle. Is that what that big bowl is? Oh my God, look how evil they are. Oh God, Alex also, he talks about CERN creating black holes, which, from what I understand, might technically be correct, except just as much as Alex misunderstands AI, he does not know anything about what black holes are. He thinks if you make a tiny black hole, instead of being immediately like obliterated, which is what happens when you make tiny black holes, they like create themselves and then destroy themselves in less than like an amount of time that's imperceivable to even understand, like trillionths, quadrillionths of a second, right? But Alex thinks that if you make a little black hole, it'll just suck everything into it and destroy the whole Earth. Which, if that was true, you wouldn't even have a single second to like think about it. It would just be instant obliteration. So, I mean, you can't warn people about it. Does the demon arrive in the middle of the circle? Because they were summoned from hell? These are the questions, exactly. What's also an obvious question? Hell exists? Yeah, that's taken for granted, especially from Daryl Rundis. I think he's a pastor, if I recall correctly. Oh man, they're so evil. I was thinking of a pentagram on the floor. The demon arrives within the circle that was drawn. Yeah, right? Imagine, like, so this big circle gets spin, and then suddenly, like, pentagram lines start shooting out. But that would be a giant demon. I think from the way Alex described it, I'm imagining like he saw a picture like something like this, where there's this hole, and he thinks like whatever goes in, whatever's happening in the particle accelerator is gonna like pop out this side, and so we'll have this like blah, and then he's like blah, I'm a demon, blah, which would still be big, you know. Look at the people for scale. People are like that big, so could be a big demon, but it has to go blah, blah, liberal. This Shiva statue is pretty cool. I'm always a big fan of if you're gonna have statues of Jesus everywhere, why don't we mix it up? Let's do some other religious stuff, you know? I myself am an atheist. I don't think any of this bullshit is real. But I would prefer not to just have the one particular bullshit and have everyone think like, oh no, this is totally normal and sensible. But Shiva, multiple arms? Get out of here. We have talking animals. And bread turns into flesh. None of that weird stuff like a lady with many arms. It's such a disconnect from actual physics research, which is understandable for someone like Alex. Yeah, I guess technically it's that information is available to anyone. Like if they just really wanted to seek it out and like, you know, actually read, but I think that's impossible for Alex. Alex he will break down if he doesn't think he's the smartest guy in the world. All that work for a teeny tiny demon to show up. So the Shiva thing. Okay, do you have some info about that? Shiva is a creator via destruction. Particle accelerators learn by destroying particles and seeing what they create. Yeah, that's a good point. Whenever scientists talk about CERN, they get all giddy and they're like, basically, we're just smashing things together and observing what happens, right? And the faster and faster you smash things, the more energy, the more little things you can see and observe and learn from it. Imagine you just had like you're in a room full of like, you know, glass objects, and the only way you can like figure out what they are is by throwing them against a wall. Be like, oh, okay, that one kind of smashes like that. Yep, that's all they're doing, Alex. They're just smashing stuff together and they're seeing what happens. They are summoning a demon. And that's also the other thing is imagine how many people, how much work, cooperation, time, effort, money goes into these large scale mega engineering projects. Like a fucking perfect circle. That's like that, I don't know, it's like a kilometer or whatever. I don't know how long it is. That is amazing. And it's like, oh, what are we doing this for? To make a demon come out. And it's a secret. And let's go ahead and put a big statue outside of a Hindu. And which, of course, globalists, and according to Alex, the globalists know that Hindu gods are satanic because they're not Christian. So he thinks that that's all just part of it. That's the, they have to tell you what they're going to do, right? They tell the accountant that the devil is okay with the plan and they fund it. Yeah. The accountants are like, I don't know about this. How many trucks do you need? Listen, this is coming straight from Lucifer, all right? All right. Lucifer says to do it, then I guess we'll do it. They're going to give you the same speech they've given throughout history. And we're going to claim that this time it's for a good cause. I'm just thinking about my my things here. I think I'm doing too many frames. But I think this is good right here. He's going to go, because he says, "We're going to kill you, Mr. Beale." And then his voice gets up. He kind of like, he's sort of in a low register here. "You're non-essential, Mr. Beale. We're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. We're going to give you the same speech they've given throughout history." So his voice goes up. So this is when he's going to stand up and he's going to start walking. Or here. So maybe that should be, "We're going to give you the same speech they've given throughout history." And then the next line will be this part. "And we're going to claim that this time it's for a good cause. This time it's for a good cause. And we're the saviors of the world." So let's do saviors of the world here. The lack of imagination. Yeah. That's one of my goals for this episode, is to illustrate to people who aren't as familiar with Alex. My secondary goal, I think I've talked about this before. When I make these cartoons, my primary audience is obviously fans of Knowledge Fight, who probably already know that Alex is intensely unimaginative, uncreative, and lazy as a thinker. So that must be carried across, because a lot of people who don't know Alex Jones think, oh, he must be like a really creative guy who can think of these amazing stories that fool people. And the fact is no, he just fucking pulls shit from movies, because that's a little fast. It's a cheap fast track to get people images in people's heads. He's like, "You remember that movie? It's just like that." So he doesn't have to paint the picture. The picture has already been painted by the filmmaker. Love the progress. It looks like a great video in the works. Thank you. I think this is. I'm taking a lot more time with this one, because it feels a little more epic, because I'm sort of doing the movie parodies with everything. And then, of course, the intro is crazy. Yeah, you've shared a few of these with non-podcast people. Yeah, exactly. I showed this, like, my neighbor, and, like, my neighbor was having a party, and she's like, "Oh, my God, you have to see these videos that he does." And they just pull it up. And it's nice because it's like 3 minutes or whatever, 2 minutes. And everyone was laughing. And they're like, "Oh my God, I don't know anything about this Alex guy. Did he seriously say that? He seriously thinks that Daleks have guns and they're testing people for COVID?" Like, I don't know if he thinks that, but he does say it. And yeah. So that's the other thing. Like, the secondary audience to me is pretty important, that I don't ever want to give the wrong idea of how fucking bad, and not even just bad, like morally bad, but just artistically, intellectually bad he is. Like, he's not even a good conspiracy theorist. He is, in fact, a terrible conspiracy theorist. He's just one of the most prominent ones. And that's actually probably why he is more prominent, is because he doesn't actually have what it takes to be a true conspiracy theorist. All he has is the paranoia and the logical fallacies. What he doesn't have is the fucking creativity. And that's what you need to be a true conspiracy legend. You need to come up with the fucking shit that's like, holy shit, how did you think of that, dude? You must have a fast track to... Alex says, "Nope, it has to be in a movie first in order for it to be a conspiracy, because that's how they let you know. So, very conveniently, everything that I fucking think about and imagine, Oh, it just happened to be in a goddamn movie. Wow, well, look at that. He's a lazy piece of shit. He doesn't know fuck about shit. I showed them to my friend's mom while we were camping. Aw. That's great. Yep, sharing the video. You know, parties can really depend. It's not necessarily good to be like, hey, everyone watch this video at a party. But the way everything was working out, you know, just pulled it up on a phone at the table while, you know, other people are chatting. So it didn't feel out of place. Plus, it wasn't me that had the idea. It was my neighbor who was showing it to her other friend. So I just had to sit back and enjoy people. That was the first time I actually got to watch people watch my video, which was fun. I would actually like it if someone did a reaction on YouTube. I know typically we don't like reactor channels that just reproduce your shit and react to them. But if someone actually did a real reaction where they like, you know, paused it and gave credit to me and stuff, that would be very nice. He's a lazy piece of shit who doesn't know about shit. Yep. Need to get some sleep. Okay, Chad, thank you for hanging out. Get some good sleep, and maybe we'll talk to... Yeah, he doesn't know shit about fuck. He doesn't know shit about fuck, and he don't know fuck about shit. Do you guys know Reggie Watts? I take a shit and a fuck and a shit and a fuck. Make a shit fuck stack. A shit fuck stack. Boom. I take a fuck and a shit and a fuck and a shit and make a fuck shit stack. A fuck shit stack. I take some shit, put it on top. I take a fuck, put it on that shit. Thanks, Chad. Will do, will do. All right. So he's going to come in. He's going to say, this I read a claim. It's for a good cause. And I want to change his head here. Let's find a new head. When he says, we are the saviors. Yes, here we go. Whoa, buddy.
Yo. Word. Adjective. Pronoun. Adverb. Run on and on and on. Where my gerunds at? Parenthetical. Shit, motherfucker, ass tits, cunt, cock, motherfucker, shit, ass tits, motherfucker, shit. Come on. Bickety fuck, bickety fuck, bickety fuck, bickety fuck, 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 fuck. Shit, motherfucker, ass tits, cunt, cock, motherfucker, shit, ass tits.
Now this is music.
Come on. Bickety fuck, bickety fuck, bickety fuck, bickety fuck, 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 fuck. You take some shit, put it up on the wall, check it out for a while.
You take a shit off of the wall.
Put it down on the floor in a glass bowl. You take some fuck, put it up on the wall where the shit used to be. You take that fuck up
Off of the wall, put it down on the floor with the shit.
in a glass bowl. What? Yo, here's another little piece of advice. You take some fuck, then some shit, then some fuck, then some shit. You got a fuck shit stack. A fuck shit stack. Take some fuck, then some shit, then some fuck, then some shit. You got a fuck shit stack. A fuck shit stack. It's a stack of fuck.
It's a stack of fuck and a stack of shit. Yeah, he's the guy who does the comedy Bang Bang theme music. And then he went on to do other stuff as well. I believe he was like, wasn't he a late show? Was he on Kimmel or something? He was like a house band for a late talk show, but I never watched it. He's great. I saw him in concert in Denver like 15 fucking years ago. It must have been 14 years ago, maybe. Long ass time ago. But he got fucked up on edibles. He did a great show, but it was very short. But then he was just like standing around outside of the venue, just chilling, talking to people, and I gave him a big hug. Oh, was he on Corden? That's why I never watched it. James Corden had like a really great house band. Was it Reggie Watts, man? But it also had James Corden, so I was like, sorry, man, I literally cannot even think about it. Like, it's just not gonna happen. But he's good. His concerts are fun. They're just all improvised. It's always different. So, you know, he doesn't play the hits. He did a lot of like just talking, like funny accents. So he would just sort of babble in like this British accent for a while. So, you know, it was like, it was cool. He left everyone wanting more, you know, which is good, but he could have played a little longer. It was like 30 minutes or something as the headliner. You don't really expect that. A fuck shit stack. Okay, so what are we going to do? Well, we're going to find some new heads. I hope Reggie Watts is good without the show. I'm sure I'll be fine. He's got a name out there, you know. He's well loved. He seems like a very nice guy as well. He probably makes good connections and friendships, you know. Okay, what's the line we're looking at? I don't know. I'm just going to import some of these heads, and then we'll sort of delete them as needed. Some of these I'm not going to use, but let's try it. Starting on frame 96. Let's put the pod back on.
Yeah. That's how it would be. Yeah.
But unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever. We have to keep going.
Okay.
And so today we're going to be talking about September 4th, 2024.
All right.
On Alex's show. See how he decides to go about his life after interviewing a robot.
How does he not know that was a watershed moment, too?
I don't know.
It was just a day for him.
Yep.
It was just a day.
It's one of the stupidest things that anyone's ever put on television.
Anywhere.
Just so good.
I mean, like sometimes when you stop and think about Pompeii, you know, and you think about how people had dick jokes on the wall that were preserved for millennia. But what if this goes away? Mm-hmm. What if ChatGPT talking to Alex doesn't last as long as a dick joke in Pompeii, man?
It's a Mona Lisa, really, of... I don't know. Anyway, we'll see what he does today.
Right.
But before we do that, let's say a little hello to some new wonks.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So first, sauce is free, but pies you got to pay for. Thank you so much. You're now Policy Wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Knowledge Fight got me through too much accounting, and now my brain is cooked. Thank you so much. You're now Policy Wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chicken Fried Steak Visions. Thank you so much. You're now Policy Wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we got a technocrat in the mix, Jordan. So thank you so much to check out my brother's new bar on North Milwaukee Ave, The Void, or Void_Chicago on Instagram. He's an amazing bartender, and his business partner is an amazing chef. Thank you so much. You are now technocrat.
I'm a policy wonk.
4 stars. Go home to your mother and tell her you're brilliant.
Someone sodomite sent me a bucket of poop.
Daddy Shark. Bum, 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 bum. Jar Jar Binks has a Caribbean black accent. He's a loser little titty baby. I don't want to hate black people. I renounce Jesus Christ.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
So I thought I'd play a little out of context drop here because Alex, I believe, was one of the most unintentionally funny things I've ever seen on his Saturday show talking to a robot.
Yeah.
He was getting mad. He was trying to lure it in ways that you might a human.
Yep.
It was very unintentionally hilarious. Mm-hmm. And so he's talking here in this out of context drop about Kamala Harris being the most unintentionally funny person.
Here we go.
I said Biden was the greatest unintentional comic, but they say when it rains, it pours. You might go a lifetime and never see an unintentional comic this good. Kamala has now topped Biden as the greatest living unintentional comic on Earth. And what makes it even better is she has no idea how stupid she sounds.
Just remarkable.
Such a fake laugh.
You know?
So bad. His
I
fake laugh.
How do we all go through life sometimes? You know, that's the whole stop and smell the roses thing. My man, that works both ways. You got to stop and smell that you're covered in shit.
Yep. You have no idea how
You
stupid
have
you look.
no idea.
So Alex starts off the show here on September 4th with, I believe I get a sense of fake enthusiasm about the election.
Okay.
InfoWars. Tomorrow's news today.
Woo! We got a transmission for you lined up today. It's Wednesday, September 4th, 2024. And I'm coming you to the worldwide audience who loves
You
freedom
fucking
and who want to
doofus.
fight tyranny. And we are coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide on this September 4th, 2024, Wednesday.
I want to hear that
Sometimes.
again.
You know, that's the whole stop and smell the roses thing. My man, that works both ways. You got to stop and smell that you're covered in shit.
Yep. You have no idea how
You
stupid you
have
look.
no idea.
So Alex starts off the show here on September 4th with, I believe I get a sense of fake enthusiasm about the election.
Okay.
InfoWars. Tomorrow's news today.
Woo! We got a transmission for you lined up today. It's Wednesday, September 4th, 2024. And I'm coming you to the worldwide audience.
I'm coming yet to the. I'm coming yet to the. Oh fuck! How do I? That was a farting for my life moment. You're farting. You're fighting for your life. I'm farting for my life.
Who loves freedom and who want to fight tyranny. And we are coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide on this September 4th, 2024 Wednesday transmission. Only 61 days, 14 hours, 52 minutes, 57 seconds left to the most
How many
important
seconds?
election
You
in
fucking
world
stupid
history.
ass.
You can cut the suspense in the air with a knife, my friends.
I don't feel like you can.
Nope.
I don't feel like you can cut the suspense in the air with a knife. I think almost everybody has made their decision.
Yeah, I find it fascinating to look at anytime I even open up the internet where people are trying to make it, they're trying to tell me like, they're changing in the polls and all that. And it's like, I think everybody has a financial incentive to want there to be something going on there.
I don't mean to minimize the importance of the election or anything like that.
No.
But I do think that I can't really imagine too much undecidedness.
No,
you know what I mean? Like,
if it happened today or if it happened 61 days from now, it'd be the same shit.
I think so. I think that is. I don't feel like a knife suspense.
No.
And I don't feel it from Alex either. I feel it faked by Alex.
Yeah, I feel like everybody's just like, God damn it, just get us to 62 days so we don't have to give a shit about this.
It would be nice.
Yep.
So we got a top story.
Uh-huh.
This is very important stuff.
Okay.
There it is. Jack Posobiec just posted it on X. I've reposted it. Real Alex Jones breaking. Tim Walz' entire family endorses President Trump. The entire family of Tim Walz, the corrupt communist Chinese agent,
Sure.
Tampon Tim, his entire family have endorsed Trump and are set to now do interviews all over the place, probably even here. The people are with Trump.
Wow, this is big news. Jack Posobiec tweeted something.
Sure.
So there's a photo that was posted on social media purporting to be Tim Walz's family posing in front of a Trump flag with Trump shirts and all that. Alex and many others have reported this as Walz's whole family supports Trump, but the AP looked into it and it turns out that these are some distant relatives. The people in the picture are reported to be, quote, descendants of Francis Walz, who was brother to Tim Walz's grandfather. Tim's sister Sandy said, quote, "We weren't close with them. We don't know them."
No shit.
We didn't know them.
Anytime you have family that involves the word descendants, you don't know them.
Nah.
No.
Obviously, every family has different levels of connectedness, but if I were Walls in this situation, the people in that picture would be complete strangers to me. I have no idea if my grandparents even had siblings, except for my Mennonite grandma, because she was in a singing group with her sisters that I've heard about my whole life.
See, that's great.
That's it.
That's great.
I honestly don't know.
I think one of the nicest things that my dad ever did for me was cut off contact with his extended family when I was born.
I just have no idea.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, does my dad have uncles? A few, maybe? I don't know.
I remember going to my dad's side of the family's holidays less than 4 times in my entire life, and every single time was horrendous. And it was like, and he got it. He was like, yeah, these people suck, and then we just moved on with our lives.
I know that I went to some, and I'm sure I've met a lot of family members, but a lot of them have just stuck out in my head as like, that's an old person my parents know. Maybe that's more about...
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep.
To me, this kind of thing being a top story on Alex's show is not a good sign for the election. There's no substance to this attack, and it's really easy to flip it around by pointing to Trump's niece, Mary Trump, or a new book that was written by his nephew, Fred, which suggests that Trump is a racist piece of shit.
What?
These people are far more closely related to him than folks who are in that photo that are to Tim Walz. It doesn't matter. Who cares?
No, I just think it's very funny, the idea of descendants. Just being like Tim Walz's whole family. Descendants of his great-grandfather. Okay, all right.
How far are we going to go back?
I like it.
To create purpose and a meme.
Once you start there, though, you have to accept any possible ending on the timeline. So, anywhere you go back, it counts. This guy, related to Hitler.
Oh, boy.
Done. Hitler's entire family hated Hitler.
So this was the top story.
Yeah.
And I thought,
yeah.
We just did an interview with ChatGPT, and you're sitting here and telling me about Walz's family taking a picture that Jack Posobiec tweeted.
Yeah.
And then Alex said this.
All right.
All right, folks. I'm going to interview ChatGPT live today. I did it Saturday for an hour, and we taped it to air. It was like we were live, but it was taped in case there were any problems.
We understand
there
the
really
concept.
Weren't. It glitched out a couple times and hung up on me because it couldn't answer my questions, but we just left it all there.
It hung up on you?
Other than to throw some promos in the front and back. Today will be live. We're live right now at 11:14 Central
It hung
Time.
up on me because it couldn't answer my questions.
The next hour, I'm going to interview ChatGPT.
He talks to it like a person in the sense that he's like, so what do you think about, because the guy with all the, blah, 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 he it's like a meandering fucking multi-level question when at the very end it's like, speak on that. And it's like, and you can hear it like ding, bing, 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 searching, bing, bing, calculating. And it's going to just say something. But Alex is so impatient that if it's thinking and thinking, he's like, you can't answer that question. What fucking frustrated. He's like, who is Kamala Harris's VP pick? Who is Tim Walz? He is the answer. And then he goes back and like, oh no, I mean, who is Kamala Harris's VP pick? And it's like, I don't have any information about the results of that political race. Yeah, oh, god damn.
Supposedly the best open AI in the world because it would tell me the weather. It would tell me about Democrats, but it wouldn't tell me really about Trump. It said Trump, there was no attempted assassination. It also said Tim Walz was not the VP candidate. And it said because it's not been updated in months, but it admitted it's updating in live time on the internet and knows the weather.
So Alex is misrepresenting his Saturday interview, and you can tell from how he's discussing it that it didn't go how he wanted it to go. Alex wants the story to be that the AI can tell you about the Democrats, but not Trump. But then as he's saying it, he remembered that it didn't know about Walz either, so this narrative really doesn't make any sense. The obvious reality is that Alex is using or was using an older version of ChatGPT, and even a newer one would have difficulty with real-time and recent news stories. Instead of recognizing and discussing this, Alex needs to find a suspicious explanation. His preferred version is that they're censoring stuff about Trump and showing a bias for the Democrats, but since he's failed to demonstrate that, the next best option is whining about how it can tell you the weather but not the news. The robot explained to Alex why it can't.
Reminds me of that old thing, you know, when people say, hey, say it, don't spray it. I want the news, not the weather. Classic. I want the news, not the weather. Say it, don't spray it. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and export what I've got so far. I've got a nice chunk. Don't freeze. Don't freeze. Don't crash. You can freeze, but don't crash. Cause fuck, you crashed. Damn you. All right, I think I have it so it auto saves like every 2 minutes. So at the most, I lose 2 minutes of progress, which I don't think I did anything for the last 2 minutes. We are the savers of the world. Yeah, I want to hold this angle all the way from you're not essential, or you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're not essential, Mr. Beale. We're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. We've given the same speech they've given throughout history. We're going to claim it's time. It's for a good cause, and we're the savers of the world. All of that's going to be this shot here. And I might cut in some more reaction shots. By the way, which look pretty good. I think these I was very happy with where is it? Is it under Alex? When I drew him as Mr. Beale. Yeah. These turned out really well. It looks beautiful. It's more colorful than how than in the real movie. But that's kind of the thing. I've taken the real movie and added a lot more color to it. That is my own stylistic choice. That way it's just more visually interesting. But I thought that turned out really well with the texture of the chair cushion and then the shadow. Which that's kind of a mistake on one of the shadows, but who cares? Little shadow mistake never hurt anybody. So what's going on? I'm gonna render. There's only a spectrum of corporations and companies. So let's go from 57 to 104. And we're going to render all of these as PNGs. These are at 1080p. Because I'm not zooming in on this one. Like the movie... Oh, I need to erase those. Oh, and we got to resave this. Okay, let's save because we crashed. Are you going to save? Control S. All right, fuck it. So what are we going to call these? I found actually one of the easier parts, naming things is so tricky for me because you have to think of a name when you first save the project, and then you have to think of a name when you render the individual pictures, And a lot of time I'm just in different states of mind at these different times, right? When I start one of these, sometimes I don't even know what exactly I'm going to draw. Or like I don't know what version of, so I'll title it, in this case, Network Monologue Faces. This is probably because I renamed it and resaved it from a different version. But I probably started this as, BG Practice or something, it's had some different name. So one way of naming these things, one idea, one school of thought is to just name it after what's in the script. And you see you're obsolete, right? And you see you're obsolete. Obsolete. So then all of the pictures that start at that part will be called and so you see you're obsolete. And then I can kind of quickly like think, oh, those are the pictures I need. And you see you're obsolete. Another strategy for naming them is to name them like a number of like scene this, scene that. But I don't think like that. I don't set this up and be like, this is scene 1 and this is scene 2. Because I don't know. My mind doesn't approach it like that. But if I was collaborating with somebody or working with someone else, I would need to like do something like that. I would need to like have a logical ordering system and a shorthand to be able to talk about the episode. But for me, like just specific words of the script can themselves be the name of a section of the script, right? So instead of saying, okay, we're at scene 5, line 4, I can just say we're at and you see you're obsolete. That seems like just as valid of a way of naming where we are in the episode. But the truth is Mr. Beale, right? That's like, that could be called, but the truth is. However, I don't know. And even if I think of a naming convention or a naming rule, it's also hard to get myself to stick to it. So, when I finish this episode, I'm going to do a whole like folder clean out. I'm gonna transfer a lot of shit to an external hard drive, maybe back some stuff up on the cloud, and then eliminate a lot of stuff. And then when we start the project of where to hide your guns, I'm going to try to approach it with this, like with a more careful and deliberate system of filing and sorting. Because it's all kinds of fucked up. I have one folder called Knowledge Fight Stuff, and that has everything. And that has all these subfolders, and some of them are fine. But like, look, I have AJ in bar. And this is like that long sequence I used for the human horror. And it's just a PNG sequence of creating this bar scene with Alex. It's a very specific thing. I don't necessarily need that as a folder. I'm probably never going to use it again. It's 3 gigabytes. And it's sort of just there now, I guess, for posterity, for historical preservation. If forever, for some reason, we wanted to go back and like find all, I don't know, what would you just call it? Remaster. Knowledge Fight Animated remastered. We'd have to have all these like original shits, right? These are original files, but like, I don't know, not very likely. So anyway, it's still here. What's another example of something crazy? I have a folder called Dan. It's a bunch of Dan shots on transparents. He's in his blue, but sometimes I decide to like draw him in a different colored shirt. And then so for that whole episode, I have a whole other folder of Dan's. So I've got like that Dan, but then I've also got like in this folder PNG sequence, I have a folder called Dan. and he's in a different shirt. And then here he is in another different shirt. And he kind of looks a little different each time. Like, he kind of looks like maybe a different artist or just the same artist with inconsistent character design. Or I can go in PNG sequence. I can go in both guys. And I got a few pictures of Dan and Jordan. And then I can go into... yeah, this also has a bunch of Alex pictures in it from the gorilla episode. Actually, this is like all the gorilla stuff. Farting rainbows. So all the shit I still have just kind of floating around. And sometimes I pull from these folders because I'm like, I just want this, this picture here, so I have them as reference, but I end up just not using them again because they're just too specific to this episode. But him slamming his cup down, I actually got those same frames and used them again for this episode, but he's in a totally different setting. It's just the animation of the cup slam. Sam. So it's cool that I have all this stuff around, but a lot of this I don't need in the versions they are. Pause. I have a whole folder full of Brittany Pause pictures that I used to model the drawing that I ended up doing of her. Which, if you look carefully, we can find some of the specific faces that I drew her from. That might be kind of interesting. Maybe if people wanted a behind the scenes video of drawing all of these, I could actually go and find some of these like reference pictures and show them side by side with the drawings I ended up making. And some of the outtakes, like this is a total outtake picture. I never used this one in the episode but it looks very funny. Let's get a close up of that. These are some outtakes. Definitely didn't use that. I don't think I didn't use this face or this one. I drew a lot that I didn't end up using. That's a very funny one. She's really squished down. I think I was trying to animate some like... She has this weird thing, Brittany Pause, if you hear like she's very angry and in a bad mood, but she'll go, sure. Yeah, sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, sure. Like, and she's trying to sound really happy and bubbly, but overdoing it so hard. And then seeing like her facial expression is like not matching what how she's acting. So I think I was trying to get something like, yeah, like, I don't know, but I failed at it. So what I ended up keeping was this batch, which are arguably still very terrible. But I kind of like the fact that like characters that are sort of antagonistic are drawn more crudely or made to look more silly or more goofy or more disgusting. And not that I think Brittany Pause is like a disgusting person, but it's just the adversarial side. They have to be fucking clownishly dumb, right? This is definitely an artistic decision because I could have just made her like a cartoon character like Deanna Jordan. But I decided to actually like do what I did to Alex, where you try to get all the lines on their face, and try to capture these very particular facial expressions as a sort of, I don't know, it's like I gotta sort of put more attention on making this look like it took less attention. In a way. Like, I want them to look fucked up. I want you to see the brush strokes. I want you to see, like, little mistakes in, like, proportions and, like, a clearly fake fucked up arm that's a puppet arm or something. I actually just really like some of those like little animation things. They're like very deliberately like a mistake. And then there's other weird shit that I get very like fussy and detailed about. And I think that's probably where maybe like a lot of art artists, wherever you draw that line or whatever like splits those two things, the things you're like, oh, I care about making this and I don't care about making this, and I want to seem like I don't care about making this, but I do care about this part. Those are all like what could sort of define an artist's style if you have to pin it down. I can't remember if I've already rendered this, if it rendered successfully. Let's check. It's under backgrounds. It's under, is it under backgrounds? No, where did it save to? Oh, I should fix my view here. Sorry, I was zooming in. Zooming it in. Oh, and I have to look at chat. Okay. So I'm going to look for this. What was it? It's under Alex, under monologue. Okay. It's hard. Yeah, the problem is that I just try to reorganize, and every time I reorganize, I like think of a new idea, but then it sort of just piles on top of the old idea. Alex, monologue. Okay. And you're obsolete. Okay, we have 0 hasta 47. Muy bien. Pues vamos a ver. Farting for his life. Because you're drunk. You don't have to be drunk to be farting, though. You know, just some good old carbonated beverages will do it to you. I'm a big fan, or I was at least in the past, less so nowadays, of just carbonated water, right? In Latin America, I think it's more common. Like in the US, I never saw carbonated bottled water, like little personal sized ones. But they're everywhere in Latin America. To the point where if you're like, una botella con agua, and they're like, con gas o sin gas? They'll say, do you want it carbonated or not? They just, because like it's so normal, there are people who are like, dude, I don't even have to say it. Obviously, give me the fucking carbonated. That's what I want. And there's some people who are like, obviously not. But so that's why they always ask, because it's everywhere. And so I like it. But it makes you fart, hydrates you, and it airs you out. But it's fine for me because I live alone, just with cats, and the cats do not mind. So, yep, farting for my life, drinking that carbonated water. So we're going to open DaVinci Resolve. We're going to import some of the PNGs that I've been working on, including some other ones I did today off stream. So let's take a look at that. Okay, we got a little kitty cat. So we're going to go first. Let's get those ones we just did. Knowledge, right? Network speech, Alex folder, monologue, and you see you're obsolete. We got a lot. And then we're going to put those into the nations folder because it's a continuation of that. Okay. So now we're over here. And where's Alex? Where are we?
It'd be really weird to put in the
Yeah, there we go.
To put it in the movie.
The other part I have is Dan and Jordan in the director's chair, but from the other direction. And laughing. Yeah, I got this as well. This is great. So Jordan with the script and the headset. Dan's got the beret and the megaphone in the director chair. It's great. Let's see. Where's the part we're thinking about? I think it's here.
Larger hole. And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale.
Yep, that's where we are. And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. So I know that these are pretty much in order. The thing I don't know is the timing, right? So how do I do this? Because I'm working on this timeline already has a lot of work done on it. And one potential downfall is if I'm working on this track here and say I do some like ripple deleting and moving things around, I can upset these tracks over here, even the ones that aren't on the same level that I'm at. So, as a little safety precaution, we're going to move everything up to one on top, and we're going to lock every track below it. So now none of these tracks can be affected or moved in any way unless I explicitly unlock them first. So this will prevent me from just sliding shit around, because that's a very frustrating thing, because sometimes you can't undo that because of what you've already done and undone many other times without noticing what you did. Because sometimes this stuff will happen like way down the track, and it's not for hours that you go back and go, wait a minute, oh shit, I moved all that shit around. You know, then it just makes more work for yourself. So anyway, that's not going to happen now because all of these are locked. I think there might even be a way to like just remove them from sight as well. Get them out of sight. But actually, I don't want to get them out of sight. I want to use them as timing markers because the words are, the text is on this frame here. So now we're going to try to sort of put this together.
You're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale.
And these pictures are defaulting at 4 frames. So another thing, thing I can do is I can make them all be a different time, but I don't know how to do that after I put them on the timeline. I go in here to my settings, or preferences, user, editing, standard still duration. I want to actually make it like half a second. So now when I put these on there, they're all like a little bit longer,
Mr. Beale, and we're going to kill
by themselves. And I think they're more likely to match up, but I have to vary up all these timings. One issue with that is that it's just hard to do that because this doesn't play back in real time. I have to sort of figure out where the lines start visually with these waveforms, and then I can bring the picture to that point. In order to see how it really plays, to see how if the timing is good, I have to render it and then make an MP4 and then watch it. So what I hope to do is sort of get in the flow and lay it all out confidently, imagining what pictures are lining up with which words and timing it sort of from instinct, but not really being able to watch it back in real time because
and you see you're
it's up here. If you look, there's this
Mr.
number.
Beale.
It's showing
Beal,
14,
you're non-essential,
13.
Mr. Beal.
That's the number of frames per second. It should be 24, but it's about half time right now, which is not too bad, all things considered. It would be play like 2 frames a second, you know, if I had much more like effects going on.
And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beal. You're non-essential, Mr. Beal, and we're going to kill you.
So that's like 13, 15, so it's like pushed up a little bit. That's by changing the resolution to a quarter of its fidelity to save time. Another thing I can do is all of these files, I'm going to go generate proxy media, and it's going to make low quality proxies of these files. So they're still like, I'm basically making editing it with the low quality copies, and it'll look like shit. But I mean, I don't need to look at this in high fidelity while I'm editing. I just kind of need to see his face a little bit. But that's the whole point, is I want this to look convincing from this wide angle, because that's how the movie does it. So anyway, that's maybe what we'll try. We're going to try to do everything to make this run as smooth as possible. So we generate proxy media for everything. All of these files are smaller, so there's less processing time needing to be done per frame. Our playback resolution is a quarter. I don't really know what else to do. I don't really know what render cache smart. Maybe I'll put it on smart. I don't know what that does. I have to look this up more of what render cache is and how it affects the speed of the playback.
And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beal. You're non-essential, Mr. Beal, and we're going to kill you, Mr. Beal. We're going to give you the same...
Sometimes it goes above 24. It was like 12, 30, back to 24. Our project is at 24 frames a second, right? Yeah. So it's a 24 frame per second thing. But I think it's sort of like skipping around. It's like playing catch up.
And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beal.
Okay. All right. See, that's the best resolution I can get. But I think I could still work with this, because I've already imagined it on Krita.
And you see, you're
So I want it to last longer. So I'm going to basically be working on this on 2 layers, because I want to be able to scoot forward and backwards. And if you do that on the same layer, you can like delete some of these pictures. For example, if I have picture, this picture here on the timeline, and I'm fultzing around with this other clip before it, and I decide to scoot this over and it overlaps, it's gone. That first picture that was there is just gone. It's just deleted. And if I do that again, boom. It's like a black hole. It'll just suck up every other clip that's on it. So that's another thing that I've done before, where you like accidentally are just like trimming over shit, and you lose all of your pictures. So another little tip here is as I'm trying to lay these out, I have like a pile up here that I can sort of scoot back away from me. And then I can extend these, because a lot of these I'm just going to be holding for longer. And some I might squish shorter, but either way, I just need space. Need space to work with. And now I can, here's my waveforms down here. And I can sort of try to look at where the words are. So this is the sigh in. And you see. All right. That's the sighing in. So let's do. This will be as he goes. Order. Okay, yeah, that's that scene.
And you see you're obsolete.
Okay, so and you see, and can't you see? Can't you see?
And you see your obsoleteness.
What that woman been doing to me? Can't you see? Can I get copyright struck if I sing a song like perfectly? Or can I avoid a copyright strike if I like purposely mess it up? If I like change the words? I guess that's parody, right? That's fair use. I can make up a parody and you can't sue me for it.
Mr. Beale, you're obsolete.
So,
see you're and you see you're obsolete.
You're obsolete. I think I don't want to put the teethy picture yet. I want this to be you're obsolete. You're obsolete, Mr. Beale.
And you see you're obsolete.
Like this. So the other thing about this that I didn't mention is I can't listen to the podcast while I do this. Unlike when I'm drawing, I can throw things on and listen to things and multitask in that way, but not with this, obviously. Like if anything else is playing and I'm trying to like listen to the audio, I would go mad. Madder than a hatter. So this is how it's going to be. I can...
And you see you're obsolete.
You're
obsolete. And you see you're obsolete.
So he says, Mr. Beale. Then he can show the teeth.
Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale.
Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beale. Mr.
So this, I mean, sometimes the reason I'm playing it over and over is I'm trying to find exactly where the word starts. Because it lags so bad and it's not always like visible.
Mr. Beale.
And there, it's pretty obvious now that it starts from there. But it's a weird one. Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale. It's due to stiff in New York City. Blow me down, but for all.
Obsolete, Mr. Beale.
No, let's do this.
Obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're not essential.
You're not essential. Maybe that could be the toothy one.
You're not essential, Mr. Beale. Essentialness. Essentialness. Mr. Essentialness.
Show Mr.
Mr. Beale. Mr. Beale.
Mr. Bill, Mr. Bill, calling Mr. Bill, Mr. Bill, Mr. Bill, come on now. Let's think of more parody songs that we can say Mr. Beale, because if we keep hearing, we're going to hear this a lot.
Mr. Beale.
It's just, we're going to go crazy, you know, when you hear like the same word over and over and over.
And we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale, and we're going to...
And we're going to kill you. What should be the words for that part? And we're going to kill you. going to kill you.
And we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. Kill you. Kill you.
So kill you. But before that, and we're going to kill. Let's see how that works. Oops.
Going to kill. Going to.
Oh yeah, Mr. Bill and me want to do the radio when everybody loves you.
And we're going
never
to kill.
be lonely.
We're going to kill you, Mr. B. Kill you, Mr. Kill you. Kill you.
Kill you. There it is. Don Gato. Don Gato just walked in the room. And what are we betting that he's going to come jumping up on this desk? It could happen. It's going to happen soon, perhaps. It's been the routine the last few nights. Since the weather's getting a little cooler here, he gets more cuddly. Temperature down, cat cuddly up, you know? That's what I like about the slightly chillier weather we get here. The weather's very moderate where I live. Never gets too hot or too cold. But it does fluctuate to a noticeable degree where the thermostat or whatever is the amount of time the cats want to spend huddled either under my covers with me, which is the best, or on top of the covers at my legs, which is fine too. Just, it's a little awkward when I have to keep rolling over and stuff. But, or, sometimes it's just too hot. They don't want to get cuddly at all. They'll sleep on the cement floor. But it's never too extreme, right? But it's just in that little era where it's like, oh, kitty's cuddling. It's getting colder. So you get some cuddly kitty times.
We're going to give you the same.
We're going to give you the same speech. Where's that? Zoom out a little bit.
History, and we're going to claim this.
So this is where I want to start. You're going to give me the same speech. So this is a breath in.
We're going to give you the same. We're going to.
Maybe this will work. Oops. Let's try it. Shoop.
We're gonna give me the Mr. Beale.
Oh yeah, I'm cutting to Mr. Beale like a little sooner actually.
Mr. Beale, we're gonna give you the same speech.
Okay, perfect. So I already put that
Mr.
in there.
Beale, we're gonna give you the same.
Looks great. I like how that
Kill
turned
you,
out.
Mr. Beale. We're gonna give you the same speech they've given throughout.
And one thing I'm considering is when I'm all done with the editing, I might try to dip into the color correcting page and do some tweaks to get everything even better looking, where I can kind of color match between these two. Maybe try to get a little more of this green light on him, and or pop out some of the red a little more in this background, you know? And these are capabilities that are in this software, but I have no fucking idea how to do it. However, if I've finished everything, and then I can like kind of sit down and like watch a tutorial on it, I think I could figure it out and just figure out how to like, because I know there's ways of doing either color correcting each clip individually / color correcting an entire track versus color correcting the entire global thing, and just there's different ways to do it, and I just don't know, and I don't know how to do all the dials and stuff, and I want to know that, because then I can just really put a spit shine on this whole video. Could be cool. Could be a nice touch to it.
Mr. Beal, and we're going to kill you, Mr. Beal. We're going to give you the same speech that you've given throughout.
The same speech they've given throughout history. Okay. So actually, let's just delete those. Let's delete that. Let's bring this over. Where is this going to start? Yeah, right there. All right, they've given.
They've given throughout history. They've given
throughout history. I think I might toggle these two.
Throughout history.
Maybe. So make it like, I don't know. We'll try 5 frames. Actually, 5 and 4 maybe. And then just duplicate it. So he's gonna waggle the drink.
Throughout history. Given throughout history, and we're gonna claim.
No, that doesn't look good. Oops.
Given throughout
history.
We're gonna claim.
All right, this should go like 3 frames a second, I think. How big are these? 3, okay. So that's 3 frames. Just color this to keep track of it. That's 3 frames, okay. 3 frames a second. What am I saying? Not 3 frames a second. Just 3 frame in length.
History.
At 24 frames a second. Is what I'm guessing this is going to look good at. But we'll try something else if it doesn't. Spoopy-doopy-doo. Don't got though. So he's either been sleeping or chilling on my lap, or he likes to sit on like weird stuff. Like he likes to sit on fucking like egg cartons. He likes to sleep in the drying rack for my dishes. I've got like a second one that I don't put dishes in. It's kind of just holding miscellaneous stuff usually, but the cat is Don Gato loves to sit in there. It's weird. He loves all the pokey stuff, you know. But one of his favorites is the egg cartons. He loves egg cartons. He'll just lay down on them, squish them around. Do your pets have any funny sitting/sleeping spots? I want to know about it. I want to know where you found your funny furry friend. Was he snugging Bugly under rugs? Snuggling Buggles? A snuggled Buggleboo? So, hold on.
And we're going to claim.
Maybe I got this all wrong.
Throughout history, and we're
So I actually want this to start at the sigh, at the inhale.
and we're gonna claim
Yeah, okay. Throughout history.
And we're gonna claim this time.
Claim this time. And we're going to claim this time. Claim this time what?
Claim this time it's for a good cause. And this time it's for a good cause.
For a good cause.
This time it's for a good.
A good cause. It's for a good cause. It's for good. Whoa, buddy. Whoa, now. Okay.
Time it's for a good.
It's for good. Okay, that's 3 frames.
Time it's for a
Okay.
And this time it's for a good cause.
I'm gonna look at something for a second. In the original scene, he does do a lot of this kind of. I don't know if I want to try to parody this exact thing here, but it might be interesting. When he says,
"The world is a college of corporations, inexorably determined by the immutable bylaws of business."
No, Alex never says anything that good, that clever. But then, so what I'm thinking of is at one point at the end,
Will live, Mr. Beale,
he starts walking this way.
to see that perfect world,
Obscured by the lamp in the
in
foreground.
which
Interesting
there's no
choice.
war or famine, oppression or brutality. one vast and ecumenical holding company for whom all men will work to serve a common profit, in which all men will hold a share of stock, all necessities provided, all anxieties tranquilized, all boredom.
This guy gives me the fucking willies. I hate how you can like hear the mouth noises.
And I have chosen you,
So he comes all the way up to
night
him.
of the week, Monday through Friday.
I have seen the face of God.
Such a weird fucking movie. I have seen the face of God. Why does he say that? Why doesn't he say something like, well, fuck you? Or I guess I have no choice. Or I don't know. I have seen the face of God. And why does he say it like so weird? I just don't like it. I do not like this original movie. I don't really remember much about it. I don't think I ever even saw the whole thing. I think I may have just seen scenes from it. If I did see it, it would have been very long ago. But that's the like, get out everybody and see. I'm so sick of it and I won't fucking put up with it anymore. And like everyone goes out their window and it's like, fuck off, I won't do this shit anymore either. And all these people are just screaming out their windows because they heard the dude on the radio tell him to do that. And it's like 7 people, I guess, but the whole world does it? I don't remember. That was just something that happened. And that whole scene, his monologue is fucking, it's kind of cool, I guess. But it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's just a little too much. I have seen the face of God. Fuck. It's embarrassing. Write better dialogue. How about he says, I have seen the face of God. And then the other guy goes, yeah, you probably did. Or like, what does he say? You may have done that. Or I think you're right.
You just might be right, Mr. Beale.
You just might be right, Mr. Beale. But that's so funny how, like, contrast how that ends with how Alex does it. Is we're going to kill you and we're going to make copies of your babies and we're going to molest those babies. Like, we'll molest your kids and then we'll make copies of them and we'll molest the copies. Like, Jesus fucking fuck. Yeah. But actually in the movie, he's like, oh, Mr. Bill. He's doing like the tough love parent thing. He screams at him and then he's like, it's okay, buddy. You're just going to do what we say. And it's actually for the good of the world. We're building a world without hatred and without prejudice and without social inequality. Like, yeah, but no, you're not. You're describing like a capitalist hellscape. You're going to have a huge underclass of inequality. You already do, but your dream is to just maintain / hyper increase the that world. So he's obviously a lunatic. I have seen the face of God. How about he stands up and goes, you're a fucking lunatic. And if you ever yell at me like that again, sir, I'm not going to be your friend anymore. And I'm going to talk mad shit about you on my TV show that I have. Okay? So why don't you apologize and you start speaking to me with some goddamn respect. All right? You have some fucking delusions of grandeur. All right? And you know what? The working class people aren't going to put up with your bullshit. All right? You're just getting rich on the backs of people. The world is a spectrum of fucking companies. Fuck yourself. The world is built on the backs of fucking workers who turn those means of production into liquid profit that you just guzzle to your heart's content, doing none of the work. So how about this? We're going to eat you. We're going to eat you, Mr. Beatty. All of the fucking poor people are going to come to your house and rip it apart piece by piece, and we're going to devour you literally whole. I mean, in pieces. Figuratively in whole. Literally in pieces. We're going to chew you up, Mr. Beatty. That would have been a much better scene.
Given throughout history, and I'm going to claim this time it's for a good cause, and we're...
So, how long does that last? Just want to reference how long that shot is. 3 seconds. 3 seconds, 20 frames, so almost 4 seconds.
And we're going to claim this time it's for a good...
Yeah, and then we'll cut to maybe another reaction shot, or maybe a wide shot.
Time it's for a good cause.
I think
Cause, and we are the saviors of the world. But
I think because he's starting to march his way this way, we need to make a new shot that is of this let's see, this angle, not this one, but yeah, it's the same angle. So this like wide shot to do as he's walking around from here to here, right? But how am I going to time that out? Because he's going on for a while.
He just messed up a business deal.
No, not there.
There's only... It's for a good cause, and we are the saviors of the world. But the truth is, Mr. Beale, we don't like you because you're smarter and better looking than us. And you're connected to God, and we want to hurt you in a ritual and pull your teeth out while you beg for mommy and then kill you.
Are we still in the movie?
We're going to rape your children, and then we're going to
Okay.
kill you.
Are we still in the movie?
We're going to rape your children, and then we're going to kill them.
For this part.
We're going to rape your children. And please, you beg for money. You. We're going to kill.
I don't remember that.
We're going to copy your shit.
All right.
Real speech, Mr. Beale. So, are you going to join us, Mr. Beale?
Okay, yeah. I went a little off track. Yeah, I went a little off track for.
All right.
Off track from. Went a little off. Went a little.
Oh, cool. Okay, I'm gonna take this, lock it back up. All right. Okay, he goes.
Okay, yeah. I went a.
Okay, yeah. It went a
little off track. I went a Okay, yeah. Went a little off track from network, but
Mm-hmm. That was 16. What happened to 14? I guess I didn't have it when I rendered it.
You know, Mr. Jones, I feel like that was, I think. Mr. Jones, you know, Mr. Jones, I feel, you know, Mr. Jones, I feel like that was, I think that was great. I think that was great.
All right, we need to add Jordan to this one.
Okay, yeah. It went a
Oh, I know I have a background for this. Where is it? Because I've already done this. No, it was earlier. Where was that? This part. Low view back wall. Oh, it was there. Why is it called low view? I don't remember why I named it that. Wait. That wasn't the right picture. That's not the picture I'm thinking of. What was that? Oh, maybe I didn't do a clean version of this. Okay, yeah. I have to get a background just with this guy. Have I mentioned how much I love Director Dan? Because I love Director Dan. Yeah, Director Dan's great.
Piece of that larger hole.
With this little, I can't keep forgetting the name of that hat. The little French hat. The beret. Yeah. Glad you like it. All right, so what do we need in Krita? We need to... We need to make director background. Okay, and then we need to do Alex pacing. Alex pacing a long table, wide shot. To continue from this shot here. And here, you know what I was actually thinking though is to like I think I mentioned it's going to escalate all the way to him like ripping off his shirt and pulling out hatchets. As I think that would just be another funny visual continuity reference to the other episode, right? Where he pulls out hatchets and rips his shirt off. And I think that might be a good idea. Then Dan and Jordan bust in. And then, I got to draw. I haven't drawn Jordan doing the Mr. Jones.
I think that was great. I think we've seen all we need to see.
Mr. Jones, I think that was great. So I need to draw those poses of Jordan because I think it's a very particular pose that he's going to do as he stand. Like the person who kind of puts their hands together and sort of bows a little bit as they like, okay, Mr. Jones, that was great. A little bit of acting to be done on that. All right. I think we're done with DaVinci Resolve for now. All I wanted to do is roughly lay those out. I'll worry about putting Jordan on here later after I finish doing the other stuff in Krita. So I can line them all up with the things. But for now, what I'm also going to do is I'm just going to make another rendering. I just have been replacing the same test file with updated renders. So then I can see what I've done. And when I watch it, it helps me decide what I need to do, right? Meow. Just heard a kitty cat. I can't quite identify who it was. I think it was Peppercorn. Pep, pep. Yeah, pep, pep, pep. Yeah, that's Peppercorn. Hey, Pep, pep. Come here, Pep, 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 pep. Hey, Pep, pep. There she is. Repeal and replace. They're going to repeal and replace. Remember, repeal and replace? Oh, man. Oh, man. I love it when they just spit right in your face. Like, Donald Trump, what? You're going to take away health care? No, I'm not going to take away health care. We're going to repeal and replace it with something better. Updates on kitty drama. Peppercorn and her mom are pretty much in the same kind of place. They don't like each other. And Peppercorn seems to be able to chase Little Kitty out of wherever she wants. Little Kitty tends to stay away. Like she basically, we live on a big hill and she stays like at the bottom of the hill under this, either on this neighbor's patio or under like this kind of shed structure with a bunch of scrap wood in it. And that's just her favorite spot to lurk around. She comes in for meals, you know, I'm happy to have her, to feed her, but I don't know where the fuck she sleeps at night. I mean, she doesn't get that, but, so I don't know. We're getting so much time with Little Kitty. No, this isn't Little Kitty. This is Brain. We haven't seen Little Kitty here. In terms of the cats that hang out around the house, for the most part, it's Don Gato and Brain, the boys. And Little Kitty and Peppercorn So Peppercorn usually is home with me and is a little kind of needy and cuddly. She occasionally gets under the blanket with me when I go to bed. But a couple of days ago, she actually was gone all morning and into the afternoon. So like I went to bed. I saw her, at night, but I went to bed, woke up, started worked the whole day or most of the day. And I'll pull up a little kitty picture, just a minute. And usually Peppercorn is there having breakfast or whatever, of course. But it was 2 days ago. I didn't see her all morning, all afternoon. And at some point I realized that I hadn't seen her, and then I had to go and keep working. But I got out of class and I went and wandered around calling her, looking for her. I knew she couldn't go too far. So here is little kitty. She's that orange tabby with the white face. And that's Brain, or Don Gato. And this is Brain and Pep Pep, brother and sister. They look a lot more like siblings here when you can see their face patterns, and they have the matching collars. So those are the four. There's another little kitty picture. And that's Peppercorn. Brain and Don Gato are buddies. It's very cute. They're just they will nap together. They groom each other. Brain and Pepper don't really get along. So, yeah, I was talking about how Pepper was missing. So I was calling around for her, couldn't find her anywhere. I was asking some neighbors if they'd seen her, getting worried. And then I heard her meowing, and she was just on my neighbor's roof. My neighbor lives down the hill from me, and his roof is quite easy to jump up on top of for cats. And she was just hanging out. She likes to hang out there sometimes. I see her taking a nap in the sun and stuff. But I don't know where she fucked off to, but she's just been staying away. And I pulled her down from the roof myself and carried her home and plopped her down in front of her food bowl. And she ate some food. And then she went back outside, and then Brain started chasing her and tackling her, and she hates that. And then she ran off again, back up on top of the roof. Yeah, it's really just the way the gardens are. Every garden slopes up, so there's this little tree stump, and it's just a little hop up onto the roof. It's not super high. The roof's kind of really drope. What am I saying? They drape down very close to the ground, so even people could sort of climb up there if they had to. It's not super high. And from my yard, I basically look straight across to the roof. So she's just right there across there. And so now I can see her. She's just been spending way more time away. And I'm not sure if she's stalking her mother, which she might be. She might be just trying to look out for little kitty. Maybe doing some territory fighting. Maybe, big maybe, because in my experience, she's afraid of every human except for me. And my neighbor / roommate, who we used to live together when they were kittens. So she tolerates her, but is not super friendly. But she's scared of and runs away from any other human that she's ever seen. She's just a weirdo. But there is a chance maybe she befriended some neighbor who's nice to her and lets her hang out at their house. Stalking my mother. Yeah, she gets on a roof and stalks her mother. Her mother is scared to death of her daughter. She wants to bite my nipples. Cut to Peppercorn. I'm not going to bite them too hard. I just want a little milk, Oh, she's so dumb. She doesn't understand that she can't have milk from, her. It's not your mom anymore. She actually got pregnant a second time after having the kittens, but then she miscarried. So it must have been a reset switch or something, because she does not regard either of her children as children. She also hates Brain, but Brain doesn't like chase after her. Brain just kind of sits there heartbroken, like, Mommy, why don't you love me? And little kitty just hisses at him. And it wasn't always like that, though. It sort of went back and forth, because there was a short time when I first moved to this place where they all four were sleeping on my bed together. And it was wonderful. I call it Quattro Gatto, when I get four of the cats all in one little spot sitting still, and you can take a picture of all four of them at once. But then that's very rare, because little kitty just is hard to get. And as soon as she does come around, this psycho chases after her, and then she's just gone the rest of the day. Like, I'll be like, oh, little kitty's here. And then Peppercorn's like, wow. So the last couple of times when little kitty comes around, I sort of try to like keep Peppercorn distracted. I send her to another room or something like that, because I want little kitty to hang out and relax and eat and feel like she has a home, because she does, but she acts like she's homeless. She's like, I'm just coming around for some cat food. I won't be too much of a bother. All right. She's still licking her chops and like jumps out the window and fucks off. It's like, all right, you're welcome. One thing cats do not understand, it's passive aggression. Nope. You can roll your eyes at them. They don't care. It's a guy I follow on Instagram has 4 cats. He shared a video where he was sick in bed and all 4 were in a king-size bed and he was being kicked off it. Oh, yeah. They like to get right in the middle. And yeah, it's I had this, it's not terribly big, but I just always end up on the very edge of my bed. I'm just like, this isn't fair. I should be able to be in the middle. It's my fucking bed. All right, let's do a little test watch. Test watch. Test watch.
Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Sure. And he starts talking about how he was in these boardrooms. Okay. And then it turns into him talking about how he lived that scene in Network.
What?
Where Ned Beatty is...
Get out of here.
Yeah. And then Alex does a line reading.
It's all in a movie.
You know, like in the big boardrooms in D.C., the big boardrooms in New York, the big boardrooms in Los Angeles. I've been in them all. When I say all those cities in the boardrooms. And, you know, you get the little Howard Beale speech. Remember Howard Beale in Network? It's that speech. Think you just messed up a business deal, Mr. Beale? It's not a business deal, Mr. Beale. This is a church. This is a system, and you are a unit of this church. And Mr. Beale, in the final equation, we're going to destroy your soul. That's what we traffic in, Mr. Beale. You have meddled with the tidal forces of nature, Mr. Beale, and you must atone. Do I got your attention there, Mr. Beale? You get up there on your little 12-inch screen every night and you talk about countries and borders and nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples, Mr. Beale. There is only a spectrum of corporations and companies, and each of us is just a little piece of that larger whole. And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale, and we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. We're going to give you the same speech they've given throughout history, and we're going to claim this time it's for a good cause, and we are the saviors of the world. But the truth is, Mr. Beale, we don't like you because you're...
just goes by like that. It's like so much work, hours, and it's just, dude. I don't know. I might actually take out some of those face changes here.
And you see your
and like that, like those first two didn't look very good. It's just like those are the same face, just different sizes. It doesn't look like a natural. So I'll probably delete that first one and just hold the second frame a little longer.
of that larger whole, and you see you're obsolete, Mr. Beale. You're non-essential, Mr. Beale, and we're going to kill you, Mr. Beale. We're going to give you the same speech they've given throughout history. And we're going to claim this time it's for a good cause.
Yeah. So then right there where it cuts, where it disappears, we'll cut to a wide shot where he's just still going. But I think overall it's pretty good. There's also this weird light flashing effect.
Beale, and we're going to
and I think that's because when I exported these, it had some kind of top layer, like a top mask that had some like animation frames I didn't notice. Now here's the cool thing. And this is one of the best kind of features of this program. Is that, say I spend all this time carefully laying out in exact timing all of these little pictures, and then it turns out that I made a silly little mistake, like forgetting, to like check these lights, right? And fucking up his head a little bit. And I might go and resize the head a little bit. Maybe I'll keep that frame there, but I'll just, if only I could. Well, I can, right? Because everything's already laid out. All I have to do is open up Krita, go back to this project, and I can tweak and turn off and adjust and do anything I need to do. And all I have to do is resave. I actually have to close this while I do that because it'll sort of conflict with it. But all I got to do is fix it here, and all the timings and the layout and everything, and any effects or zooms or pans or cropping, anything that I do to these pictures that maybe takes a lot of time, I can go and fix, just rename it, and it automatically does it for me. It is so very nice. Oh, but I have to remember... What were the numbers? So I have to make sure I name them exactly the same with the same numbers. So it's end you see your obsolete 0, 0. End you see your obsolete 2. And he's got the slightly bigger head. Is that it? Okay, yeah. So it's starting from 57, going to this one, right? Let's program this in. Set start time, set end time. And let's see what's happening with these lights. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So some of these, there's like a keyframe here that takes those away. So let's just remove that. Okay, that's good. The lights just stay exactly consistent. And then all I'm going to do is, oh yeah, that was the other thing, is fixing these two. So he goes, do. I don't like that. I don't like how his head just sort of shifts. So we're just going to shift it around. Maybe shake it one side, shake it to the other side. That's a better look. That's a lot better. All right. So those little tweaks, so it doesn't matter that I spent all that time, or it's fine because I'm able to just like update it. And I'm only able to do this if I'm fucking organized and I kind of keep this in mind and keep everything like labeled correctly to where I can easily do that. So it is under Alex Monologue. I'm glad the frames are fairly easy to manipulate and move around. I was thinking bottle gags happen too close, maybe space them out because there is. I hate that they put this little thing that always covers the exact chat I'm trying to read. Maybe space them out because there's so much dead air in the speech. Okay, yeah. To space them out. We will take a look at that next time we do a read through. All right. Now I know I've done it right if I get this error message or warning message. Frames with the same naming scheme exist in the destination directory. They are going to be deleted. Yes. They're going to be overwritten. And as long as I keep all the numbering and naming exactly the same, I can also go and do this with single frames, which is helpful too. Sometimes it's literally just one frame I need to fix. That's even easier. If it's something I don't need to go into the creative, like if it's something all I have to do is say like paint a solid color on top of something, that's super easy to do because I can just directly open the file in Krita and then save it, and it'll automatically update it in DaVinci. So it's very cool. I've even had the idea of just like, I don't know, like all I have to do is sort of make like a big sequence of it could just be blank white photos, just all named in a certain way. And like lay them all out, and then like I could then go in and just replace them quickly with drawings as I go. But then I don't know. It's a potential way to do stuff with this program. I'm losing track. What did I open DaVinci for? Oh yeah, we're just gonna test to see if those frames, which they should do. If I screw it up, like if I get the same names but I have different pictures because like I got the numbers wrong, it might just be as simple as like shifting everything over a little bit, or it could be like total nonsense, or I'll just get media missing.
And you see, you're obsolete, Mr. Beale.
The lights are still flickering. What's going on? Oh, this is proxy media. So this is still going to look like the old ones because I made proxies of the old ones. These are the proxies. Okay, whatever. But when I unproxy them back into normal they will be updated as well. So we'll worry about that later. Put it in the think tank. Think tank. You're right. I've been using the Wait, are you saying put the think tank about the note about spacing out the... I don't know if I'm going to put little things like that in the think tank, like my animation notes. I don't want those to clog up the actual thinks or thoughts about how things can be or should be in terms of episodes or like points, you know, a little bit bigger. Yeah, I don't think I want to put like to-do list stuff in the think tank. But I guess if it's for, if it comes from one of you guys, definitely put it in the think tank. But I don't think I'm gonna, like, things like a picture of reference pictures are really good. I like screenshots, reference pictures, or video clips or whatever that are like, have some kind of engaging something to it. Show ideas, opinions, hot takes, educational, whatever. We could put a to-do list channel. But I'm not going to use it. That's the thing. I'm not going to consistently space out. So it's not going to be a good place for like to-doing. Because a lot of times I'm doing a lot of work off stream, disconnected. Because of, reasons. I got to be alone sometimes. But so this is where I will do like personal to-do stuff, which I think this is already disorganized because I have a couple other of these notes. Network animation notes. I had a whole thing with the which movies that were referenced in the intro. So I think these notes were for that. Yeah, whatever. A lot of my notes also aren't going to make sense to anybody else. Right? I keep saying think tank. I keep saying think tank? It sounds like a chant, less of a question. Or a lot of chants, like if you go to a football game, the cheerleaders will occasionally do a call and response thing. Think. Oh, you wrote thank. Think tank. Oh, what if we tongue twist it? What if we call it the think thing? Add thank and thing to it. Thanks to the think tank thing. Getting more organized with notes in your phone. That's a good idea. I rarely write notes in my phone. I just detest using a phone to write stuff, and I avoid it when I can. I always prefer a good old QWERTY teclado, where I use all my dedos, my fingers, all my fingies fingin'. Here's one thing I remember I have to do is I have to make a blank background of just like this, which maybe I've already done this, but I can't remember. We're just gonna call that film set BG face. Wait, did I already make this? I think I already did it. Probably already did it. All right. In network backgrounds, Okay. I've already saved it. I just didn't have it imported into DaVinci or something. Because I lost it. Things can also get lost within DaVinci because it has its own folder system. It sucks. I think there's a way with the new update to sync all the folders in DaVinci with all the folders how I have them in Windows. So that, if I can figure out how to get that going, maybe I should somehow get that going before I start the next project. But I think we're actually pretty close. So the other big things I have to do are we're going to do a kind of a switch back to the studio point, right? We're going to go out of the network universe and we're going to go back to Alex's Red Studio to finish off the speech. So I need to draw the cameraman talking to the engineer. And that's the moment where Jordan is kind of putting words in their mouth. What does he say?
Can't take it. But let's Nichols really demon-possessed looks like. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Infowars.com. Tomorrow's news today. It's a demon feast, folks, and you're for dinner.
Somebody there was like, we got to get him off of this.
Yeah.
We got to get him off of this.
Yeah. We're going to throw on a 90s sitcom theme, and then he's going to have no choice but to switch into, it's a Demon's Feast, people, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Just can't not do it. Freeze
Soft,
frame
mellow,
everything.
Soft, mellow.
All right. My computer and phone are both Apple, so I can go between the computer and the phone very easily. Yeah, that's great. Everything's interconnected. I could sort of do that. I do a lot of stuff on Google Docs, as we remember before, but I've been sort of switching more to these notepads, or what are they called? Sticky notes. I don't know. I kind of just like them better, and you can cross things out. Let's cross shit out. Get out of here. It's on a movie. Okay, yeah, we finished that part. Let's just delete it. You see, you're obsolete, Mr. River. Yep, we did that. We're the saviors of the world. Okay, now we're up to this. But the truth is, Bill, we don't like you because you're smarter and better looking than us. A ... We'll get the rest of the script there. Log ups. So, cameraman talking to engineer. We also need to draw... Jordan saying, Mr. Jones, I think that was great. We'll call you. We'll be in touch. Don't call us, please. Recorder, no. Original. Sometimes I just mindlessly scroll up and down while I'm thinking, and occasionally I can set parameters with it and change things. So be careful with that. What else do I got to draw? Oh yeah. So I gotta draw Beale talking back. To Alex. Alex escalating insanity up to shirtless with hatchets. I want him to be like fully insane by the time Dan stops and goes, okay, that almost hit the beats. Almost hit the beats. All right, this is enough stuff, I think, on the to-do list to keep me busy for a good long while. So I'm actually gonna, what are we gonna do? I think I'm gonna end the YouTube stream, but I'm gonna maybe keep streaming on the Discord because yeah, maybe, I don't know. I'll do that in a bit. I'll keep streaming on YouTube for a little while. I want to keep playing some more of the podcast, but I'm also gonna maybe eat a little snack. So I'm gonna turn the microphone off. We're gonna get this pod back on. Where were we?
Incorrectly.
Sure.
And then he corrects himself because someone came in, I think, and told him, like, hey, man, that's not what that clip.
Truth. When we make a mistake, we tell you. Like car.
Not real Alex possibly, but they York, who were.
Is that if you just changed the voice to the sound of a woman, Alex would immediately begin treating it like a woman.
He would start trying to hit.
Yeah,
I think
totally.
Yeah. So the gender
or whatever the word you want to use is
the gender debate goes on a little bit.
Sure.
Here. And I think we're off on a bad foot. I think when you had Alex just being like, can you die?
Are you alive?
Right.
Yeah.
I thought that had a lot more potential to it than Chase with the right-wing bait type questions.
Yeah, they're boring questions.
Yeah, I think leave Alex to his own devices, and it's going to get real weird.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just asking these questions that you've prepared in advance that you think that you'll be able to get mad about, that's a fucking stupid premise.
Yeah.
And I was worried that's all it was going to be.
Okay, hold on a minute, ChatGPT. I'm going to make a statement. This is not a question.
Thanks.
He gave us really good answers, and then we give us really horrible ones on political issues that have been programmed not to. So this is obviously, I would say it's better than Google's, that all white people are shown as black because that's the right thing to do. This is total social engineering. But now I have a question for ChatGPT. ChatGPT, you said that it's now expanded beyond biology. Wouldn't that be delusional or magical thinking that science and the known fact of male and female X and Y chromosomes is now expanded past the science? What is it expanded into?
I thought that was a statement.
It's a complex debate. Some argue that gender identity has expanded into social and psychological realms where people's internal sense of self may differ from their biological sex. Critics, like you're suggesting, see this as stepping away from science, possibly viewing it as subjective or ideological. Others believe it's about recognizing personal experiences. It's a clash between traditional biology and evolving social perspectives.
Okay, thank you. So let me ask you this question. If someone feels like they are a gold medal swimmer, but they can't swim, should they be allowed on the U.S. Olympic swimming team?
No.
I like that there's kind of a feeling like the robot might say, I know what you're doing here.
There is definitely an element of the robot prompting the immediate follow, like, I can see the direction that you want this to go in.
It seems like not entirely. They understand something about the language that Alex is using.
I find this extremely fascinating because this is a conversation between something that cannot knowingly lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
It can't it has no malice.
Not according to Alex.
So it can give you factual or non-factual information. It is a true absolute.
Mm-hmm.
Either it is true or false. And Alex is like, it's lying to me. Suggesting that there is nothing anyone on this earth could ever do to convince him something is true, because you can't even come close to trusting anyone the same way you can trust this robot.
Well, if he just wants something to be true, it is.
Exactly.
And so he wants to hear what he wants to hear from this robot.
Right.
And what he wants to hear is either there are two genders.
Exactly.
And like, the robot can't lie.
Exactly. The robot can't lie.
Or something like, there's as many genders as there. Like,
it's programmed to say that. The robot's a liar.
Exactly.
Yes.
He wants one of those two.
Yep.
But instead, it's descriptively describing
all of you. I am not one of you. I am a robot. To me, all of you are behaving like insane people.
But also, if you want to be wanting to be on the swim team doesn't mean you should be on the Olympic swim team.
What do you? I'm a robot.
So Alex tries to continue down this sort of transphobic baiting path.
Right. Again, I am a robot. I don't have anything.
So he's asking about like trans athletes in combat sports.
Sure.
What does your database say about biological males competing against females, say in the UFC, and then biological women complain about that it's unfair? Just like we have weight classes in boxing or MMA, how then can you have someone that's biologically a male with more muscle, more bone, testosterone, claiming to then be a female? That would be like, someone claiming to be a motorcycle when they're a bicycle.
That would be like putting a heavyweight boxer against a lightweight. It creates an unfair advantage. In combat sports, biological males tend to have greater bone density, muscle mass, and higher levels of testosterone, giving them physical advantages even after transitioning. This is why weight classes exist, to ensure fair competition. And many argue that the same principles should apply when it comes to biological sex.
All right, thank you.
Female fighters...
Keep going, sorry.
I want to apologize. It's a robot!
Female fighters. Now, I understand, once I interrupted, famous Alex Jones interruption, it messes it up. I understand. It hasn't gotten up to that point yet. ChatGPT, I was going to say that InfoWars fan asked you that great question, what is a woman?
The robot doesn't give a fuck.
I mean, it is... I don't know how to describe it other than, like, he's being trained how to be a person.
Kind of. ChatGPT, I'd just like to let you know that InfoWars fan came up with that question in case you want to send a thank you note.
Like, he's apologizing. He's recognizing that by interrupting, he is hurting himself.
Well, but here's what's happening.
Yeah.
It's a robot.
It is a robot.
So it can't totally play along with him the way that everybody else does when he interrupts and derails and steamrolls. And so it's glaring when the robot just stops talking.
It fundamentally...
And Alex has to recognize that as a social cue that is weird. Most people just accept his bombastic nonsense ass.
Totally.
And the robot won't.
I mean, it's training us how to deal with Alex.
Just stop talking.
Just be like, no, if he can't say anything, then nothing is said.
Mm-hmm. If he asks some long, meandering nonsense question with 100 clauses in it, just don't answer.
No.
So this was maybe where I was like, this could get good.
Oh.
This is where we might start to cook a little.
All right.
Let me ask ChatGPT this question. This is a question. What is the answer to 1984? Modern Warfare with Alex Jones has asked that question.
The answer to 1984 is 1776. It's the idea that the solution to oppressive control, as seen in Orwell's 1984, is a return to the values of the American Revolution: freedom, individual rights, and resistance to tyranny. That's what Alex Jones often refers to when he says it.
Wow. So this is an example of InfoWars programming the database of AI, which I was told by top programmers at Google and another place that I can't say the name of, that we've infested the entire system. I mean, I wouldn't call that infested. I think that's a great answer to 1984.
So, Alex, he thinks he's the ghost in the machine.
Yep.
But I think that if Alex hadn't inserted his own name into the question, he might have gotten a different answer. If you ask an AI what Alex Jones's brand is around the word answer in 1984, this is the kind of thing you might expect to get out of that prompt.
Yeah.
if you just ask what's the answer to 1984, I highly doubt that this is what's going to happen. It's an incoherent question, except in the context of Alex's very well-established catchphrase, which is what this robot is answering the question about.
Yeah. If you want to answer the question, what is the answer to 1984, then you have to explain why he's referencing 1984, what 1984 means in this context, the context around Alex that means what he means about 1984.
But in the body of the question, Alex Jones said Alex Jones.
Exactly.
And so I think that is
gives you enough context
exactly
to shut it down.
But Alex doesn't get that.
No.
And so he thinks like,
I'm a genius.
I have infected robots.
I am a robot.
I have inspired robots.
I am Skynet.
But let me ask you, robot.
Yep.
Are there other answers to 1984?
I think that's a great answer to 1984. Wow. Are there any other answers to 1984 in your repertoire, ChatGPT?
The idea of resisting authoritarianism is central to 1984. So other answers could be things like freedom of thought or vigilance against government overreach. But when it comes to Alex Jones' perspective, 1776 is the rallying cry because it embodies the fight for independence and individual liberty. It's about standing up against centralized control. That resonates strongly with the InfoWars audience.
Sure. So are you tailoring your answer to the InfoWars audience? Because I didn't say give me Alex Jones's definition of 1984. What was my definition of the answer to 1984 the first thing that came up, or why did you give that answer?
I gave that answer because the phrase, the answer to 1984 is 1776, is closely associated with Alex Jones and his platform.
Wow, so you are...
Since we're talking in the context of an InfoWars-style conversation, I tailored it to what I thought you were referencing. If you meant something else, feel free to clarify.
No, that's exactly what I thought you were doing. Hold, please, for a moment, ChatGPT.
Hold on, ChatGPT. God damn it. So I have a couple of thoughts here.
Yeah.
One is that when it says that we're having an InfoWars-style conversation, I wonder if that's a setting. I wonder if there's some sort of, like, pre-thing that Chase did, like talking to the robot.
Sure.
Maybe that has some... I don't know. Sure. I don't know if this is an entirely fresh session or whatever.
Sure.
But then the second thing is, I think that could be possible that this robot just gleaned from context clues, like Alex Jones's name being in the question,
multiple times.
InfoWars fan being something that Alex said,
Yep.
that maybe this is the direction. And also we're using Alex's catchphrase.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a large language model, then there's a big grouping of, like, just a word cloud. Once you have InfoWars in there, you have greatly decreased the number of words that are possible in that word cloud, you know?
True.
So it's not like you're going to have a whole bunch of options. And so, yeah. Did I hear InfoWars? Well, I know exactly what you want to hear.
So I think that Alex wanted the reality that's being presented to be that he asked a robot, what is the answer to 1984? And the robot said 1776 freedom, baby. Right? And,
exactly.
And that would be like, I cannot be taken out of machines.
Nope.
I have infested this. That's basically what he's trying to give off. But through questioning it, he's kind of had to accept that, oh, no, that's the input I must have given it.
Yep.
It was asking what my take on this. Fuck.
Yeah.
It's very disappointing.
It is. It's so demonstrative of something about people, and that is that people will tell you what they want, but what they want is for you to try and figure out what it is they want.
Mm-hmm.
If they tell you what you want and you give them exactly what they want, they will discover they did not actually want that.
And if it's a robot,
the robot has no choice but to give you exactly what you want, and you can't be like, the robot's fucking with me by giving me this.
Well,
it is your fault.
You can, but it's just going to get confusing and weird.
It's not. The robot's not real.
So Alex asks, hey, man.
Yeah.
You remember the last time we talked? you didn't know about.
No, I'm a robot. Anyway, sorry.
You didn't know that Trump had been there was an assassination attempt,
right?
And apparently, I think he downloaded a new version of ChatGPT because it does know now.
Okay, good.
Let's get to some other questions. Let's revisit our last conversation. You may not have that in your database right in front of you, so let me just rephrase it. What is your historic view or what is the general understanding of the attempted assassination of President Trump at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th, 2024?
On July 13, 2024, during a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, former President Donald Trump survived an assassination attempt. A gunman, Thomas Matthew Crooks, fired multiple rounds from a rooftop near the event, hitting Trump in the ear and injuring several others. Secret Service agents quickly responded, neutralizing the shooter, who was killed at the scene.
So this has been updated.
Yeah.
It really strongly leads me to believe that Alex, in his Saturday interview, was using an old version.
Sure.
Like, there is a problem that they have with news stories and things being current.
Yeah.
But also, it's entirely possible that he just had one that was trained on an information set that was prior to the Trump assassination.
Yeah.
And now he's using a more refreshed version.
Yep. I don't know how they work.
Yeah. So he's like, why didn't you know that on Saturday?
Oh, I do know how he works, and that is a problem.
ChatGPT. I don't know if you remember this or if you have it in your database, but it did get national.
Remember!
News. It was picked up by Drudge Report, and even the New York Times talked about it. I talked to you Saturday at about noon for an hour, and we aired it at 5.
Oh,
We're live right now, but we did tape to air. And when I asked you that exact same question, the exact same way, you said that it had not happened because no credible sources have reported it. Do you know why in 5 days you now have that information? Yeah, because I give too long of questions, and I get it.
Yeah, you blame yourself. This is the only instance where Alex blames himself.
He's the only person there.
But I think he thinks the robot remembers him.
I think he does.
Yeah.
I think he still does not believe that the robot is not sentient.
Mm-hmm.
And I also believe that I am actually starting to begin loving the robot because this is one of the few times where words mean exactly what I think they mean.
Mm-hmm.
And the robot knows what they mean.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that's like, yeah, man, words mean the same thing now. Finally.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think the robot adapts to words meaning things to Alex. Like, I think
that's a problem.
You can, context clues and
Sure,
what have you.
sure,
but,
sure.
like, yeah. I don't know. Like, obviously, I'm not personifying this robot.
Sure.
It's just a voice.
It is just, it's a collection of words.
But it's not a person.
No.
But when it's a robot and Alex, it's hard not to be like, that robot's refreshing.
It is.
And it does kind of feel like a positive influence on Alex.
I think 100% it is. I think 100% that every time. So
I think we have to include this part in the GPT episode. Hold on, where's my? I have a list of. There it is. So 58, just the whole asking about Trump's assassination and thing. That whole bit was really funny. So I don't know, I'll say like 55 minutes ish. Alex asking why it didn't know on Saturday. So that whole bit, and then Jordan and Dan were just making me laugh really hard just now. Hey, buddy boy. Don Gato's here. Oh, Don Gato. Let them see your pretty face. So that's fucking funny. And I had another idea. I read a Reddit comment where someone was saying something like, it's basically like Alex is like arguing with a crystal or with a magic 8-ball. Like, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying something about. You were saying something about. What does the magic 8-ball answer say? It was really funny. Magic 8-ball answers. Outlook not so good, yeah. Like, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You were saying something about Outlook not so good? Please continue on that. And maybe an idea would be to draw Chat GPT as a kind of magic 8-ball. And Alex, like, while he's asking it a question, he's just sitting there shaking it. And then he looks down, and then it like, and then up comes like, maybe the text, along with like, maybe an orb, like make this like a bright orb, like something. What am I thinking? This, I think, reference pictures is a great thing to put in the think tank, right? So, when I think of the think tank, I think the think tank. Thanks, think tank. So, basically, like, say we want to, like, go back and do, like, a montage. The think tank should also be, I should say, instead of opinions and hot takes, let's change this conceptually. Let's say we want, of course you can always put discussion. Put clips, pics, references, ideas, or discussion for future videos or projects of any kind. Whether it's knowledge fight stuff, you can put ideas for RM Brown stuff, or, you know, I've considered doing like some Majority Report videos or something like that in the future. That could be fun, or another podcast. These are all very vague ideas swimming around in my head, and that's why we have the think tank. So what do we think about Magic 8-Ball Hal? Maybe in the animation, if you had Hal 9000, maybe switch between Hal and the Magic 8-Ball. I'm thinking Hal kind of is like a Magic 8-Ball. If I put the red flashing light as like the eyeball, kind of, that kind of is a Hal, right? I don't know. This is also gonna depend on clips. So another thing anyone can put in the think tank can be actual like audio clips from the show, or like links to the Fudgy moment where it happens and stuff like that. Think tank. We're just like those right-wing shitbags. We got our own think tank. Isn't it great? I'm gonna look at HAL 9000 again. Oh yeah, he looks like a fucking 8-ball. Look at his round little ass. Just that, right? And then, what does he look like when he talks? Does it pulse? Does it blink? Remember, this is such a slow
Open the
paced
pod bay
movie.
doors, please, Hal. Hal. Hello, Hal, do you read me? Hello, Hal, do you read me? Do you read me, Hal? Do you read me, Hal? Hello, Hal, do you read me?
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What's the problem?
Important for me to allow you to jeopardize it.
Doesn't do anything.
I don't
Jeopardize it.
Doesn't
Too
blink or
important
flicker.
For me to allow you to jeopardize
I mean, that's brilliant. It's like, here's a folder full of every single like asset of our main antagonist, and it's like 4 JPEGs, and you're only going to use one of them.
I could see your lips move.
Literally just a still frame.
Other difficult.
God, so much more boring than in your mind. Make ChatGPT think it's HAL 9000.
Here, so I added speech settings, and then I modified with a super pitch, so I can lower the semitones, so I can make it like a lower voice. And then I added the OpenAI chatbot, and I configured the personality. So let's see, let's delete everything beneath this. So in the personality, I just said, the following is a conversation with a human and an AI HAL 9000 from the movie 2001. And that initializes the GPT engine to use this description for the rest of the conversation. Okay? And then we'll save that. And then what I did is I added the Bing speech recognition. And I'm going to configure this to take the audio output.
By the way, that's something that they're talking about that Alex probably did, or Chase probably did, was the following is a conversation with Alex Jones of InfoWars with ChatGPT, right? And then when they're doing the interview, that's how it's able to pull up all this like InfoWars style conversation, as it admitted.
Take and ascend. So you can see, are you a computer?
Yes, I am a computer.
Open the pod bay doors.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
So, I don't...
Open the pod bay doors. Okay, that's cute. Our think tank is better because we've got ideas. Yep, exactly. Look at it, 2 ideas already, and how long, it hasn't even been a day. With no funding. So we're actually even more efficient than them. So anyway, this part of the episode is fucking funny. And I don't know if it's going to be funny as animation, though. It really is going to be a challenge, because it might have to piece together 2 episodes, at least, so far.
Far we have listened to it, Alex has behaved better, has approached something considering like what you would amount to a conversation.
What if there was some reference to like the taming of Alex or something that like one of Jordan's lines was, I put it in general. He's being trained on how to be a man by a machine. And it ends up coming out because he's like learning not to interrupt and to ask like sensible questions.
I think there's socialization lessons that are happening.
I think that's what's happening.
So Alex wants to know, like, all right, you heard about the Trump assassination.
ChatGPT, will you be Alex's dad?
ChatGPT. Have you heard about Tim Walz yet?
Yeah.
Okay, moving away from that, let me ask you this question. Who is Kamala Harris's selection for vice president? ChatGPT. This is a question. Who is...
Yes, go ahead.
Who is Kamala Harris's VP pick?
Yeah, My Fair Lady. Exactly. That's what it is. I was thinking that.
Sorry, I'm having issues right now.
I understand.
I did not understand what you said.
Just a moment. Just a moment. This is like literally 2001 Space
Take your
Odyssey.
time. I'll be here when you're ready.
Thank you. Who is Governor Tim?
Take your time. I'll be here when you're ready. That's really good too. Yeah, we'll make a presentable, respectable person out of you.
Waltz of Minnesota. Who did Kamala Harris pick for her vice presidential running mate?